Hello and welcome along and welcome to the second day of the FSL 7 tournament of Season 5. Oh wow, Copter. That looks delicious. That looks absolutely fantastic. Finally, we have some pancakes on stream. Absolutely awesome. Well, we are into what a way to kick off day 2. We are live at Cactus in Leipzig. Copter and I are we're still in our studios here, but the FSL is live in Leipzig, and we've had an amazing first day of action here. We had some really close games, some exceptional gameplay, and I'm hoping it's going to continue into today as well.
Yeah, I mean, yesterday was, of course, a very long day, of course, as well. We noticed a lot of matches, a lot of great matches, first of all. And the today is going to be, of course, definitely a killer, I would say, because we have so many great matches as well. We have the best from yesterday, and we're going to start it with the great game between the New Holland and the Trell Tires. And, of course, as you saw, we also had a pancake finally on the stream as well. So it's been a long time coming, as a lot of people always discuss about it, and I would say that in the commentaries we have been talking about it as well. But yesterday I had some time, so I did make some pancakes finally, and there we had it. So enjoy. But I mean, yesterday, this I mean, we know this is a lower bracket game, which means that somebody will be dropping out. So it's either New Holland or Trell Tires, and we know that both of the teams are really good. So once again, of course, it's I don't know, can you call it as an upset or not? But it is something.
Yeah, and this is the current standings that we have, and we actually got, of these top 10 teams here, we've got 6 left. Helm, Lindner, New Holland, Vultra, Trelleborg, and Farming Friends are all still in here. So Farming Friends are going to be going up that leaderboard today. They have they've a little bit on you. They've earned themselves some crucial points to get themselves up that leaderboard. The real ones who have actually lost a bit of standing is My Insanity. They went out yesterday to Trelleborg Tires, and they as a result are going to drop below both Vultra and Trelleborg in the overall standings after this weekend, because they're on the same points as Vultra at the moment, and they're only 20 points ahead of Trelleborg. So both of those teams have scored enough points to go ahead of them. And in fact, this first game today, we're going to either lose the number 2 placed New Holland or the number 6 placed at the moment Trelleborg. So we've got a big team going out in this first game today in the lower bracket. Whether it's New Holland or Trelleborg is what we are going to find out shortly.
Yeah. I mean, of course, we will have some changes on the circuit points, and as we know that kind of like the pack below the top is like very tight. So of course, all these small changes on the results of the tournament, well, not changes, but just results of the tournaments, they will definitely change the circuit points. And we still do have one tournament in May, and then we do have the FarmCom event during the summer. So then we'll know who's going to be in the end crowned as the champion of the season. But still some time to make some changes. Of course, Helm is quite far away, so this will require some kind of very heavy duties from the other teams if they want to be catching them up, and maybe some bad luck for Helm as well. Or, well, not maybe the bad luck, but let's say different kind of results what we have seen from them from the past. But anyways, now we're going to figure out what's going to happen with New Holland and with Trelleborg Tires as we will head the game number 25, and you can see the bracket yourself from the FSL website, so fsl.giantsoftware.com, and you can find it from the schedule, and then you choose the tournament. You can actually see the bracket as well yourself, and it's going to be updated live. So this is a new element which we haven't had on the past on the website, so make sure to follow it. Anyways, we come to the ban phase, and we can see JCB Fast Track being banned by Trelleborg Tires. Of course, I'm expecting that New Holland will be banning the telehandlers as they have done on the past. But okay, now they're not playing versus the Helm, and we do have something else actually coming up. So it's not the telehandlers that's going to be banned. It's going to be something else. It's going to be class Axion. So this probably means that we will have the telehandlers in play.
Yeah, looks like New Holland are going for a big tractor ban, and if they don't ban one of the telehandlers now, then yeah, there's definitely going to be a telehandler in play. And both Trelleborg and New Holland actually do like to use the telehandler, so it's not a massive surprise. It'll just be interesting what Trelleborg ban, and we've had a real mix here. So both teams have banned a large tractor and a front loader. And it's a little bit surprising in both cases to go for that kind of combination. Both teams going for the class Lexion and the Massey Ferguson Baylor. However, New Holland are coming out the gate with Bottleneck, while Trelleborg are having a go with Big Hawk. We've got the case Magnum with Under Pressure as New Holland's first selection with the New Holland Telehandler and the Runner perk for the first selection for Trelleborg. Case Magnum and Head Start for Trelleborg is their second choice, while Tita's going for the New Holland Telehandler plus Runner for their New Holland second choice. And the Fent 942 Vario and Archimedes is chosen by both teams for their final choice.
I kind of like when we have telehandlers in play. I mean, it brings like a new element. I mean, you can do basically the same kind of a stacky, which you can do with the normal tractor or with a stacker. But then also, I mean, there's you can try to go for the toss. You can try to reach out a little bit further behind as well. So in a way, I think it's of course, it's more versatile when it comes down to the final game, for example, and there's more elements in play. So I have been enjoying the matches when we do have the telehandler in play. In the past, it was like something special, like, once in a while. But now, as the teams, they clearly want to play more with the telehandlers as well, and they have kind of like figured that out. So they don't see that it's only just something which a couple other teams can actually play pretty well. So the other teams have been practicing as well. So we see it more in the games. But anyways, we do have the challenge for the pads, and this is looking actually very good for Trelleborg tires. They're very fast at getting the combine and the baler, and they are heading towards the barn. Not that far away from it as well. As we can see that the New Holland is slightly further behind. So Hayden, he should be set up for a good first bail. It's not going to be like a super, it's not going to be 150 for sure. But yeah, it should be a decent one. And on the X-ray, we can see how close New Holland is. So that gap, I would say, if both would be perfectly swinging that in, I would say it's about like 6 or 7 points when you combine those meters with the actual time distance to the actual barn doors. And Hayden seems to be going for the toss, and he's going to be succeeding on it, so it's going to be 142. And now we wait what's going to be happening with New Holland. How far are they? They are just about to cross the bridge, I guess. And yes, here they are. And let's see what's going to happen with Fato. That doesn't seem to be a toss, so it's going to be reversed in. And the gap is going to be a whole lot more than 6 or 7 points. It's going to be about 20 points, I would imagine. And 18 points. So, 124. So that is the starting setup of the first match of today.
Yeah, we're beginning to see lots of teams who are coming in with the second of the first bales. Backing it in there, making sure that they get a decent amount of points rather than missing and losing the points completely. We do have Silo Close and Bale Drop as the first two power-ups. I'm not sure either team is particularly going to go for Silo Close at the moment. Neither of these teams tend to unload at this point in the match or at this point in the game. So as a result, I'm not expecting you to go for it. And in fact, the bale drop, getting that extra bale might be more useful to both of them at the moment. We did have a comment that the TerraTrack gets banned when it doesn't get used that often. We have seen that TerraTrack used more and more recently. It's quite a powerful tractor, and as a result, it tends to be one that people like to use, especially if the 8R is disabled. It's really fast, that TerraTrack, and it's got a huge amount of horsepower. So it does make a good choice for teams, especially when the Fent 942 and the Case Magnum aren't available, because those are the two high-powered ones that don't have a 3-point pick cost.
Yeah, I mean, of course, we have seen the Terra track. I kind of like it myself, to be honest. But then on the other side, when we think about the Terra track as a utility, which teams are using, they are not like leaning on their strategies on that one. So then kind of like banning it in the end, I mean, teams will find an alternative for the Terra track. And maybe that's the reason why they don't ban it that much. Anyways, we can see 6.5 minutes. We can see the unloading happening. So Trell Tires is unloading some of the grain to the silo, and they will take the multiplier all the way to 2.9. So that is actually a pretty big unloading at this point, I would say, before we have the drop spawning in. That's going to be in about 55 seconds, by the way. So and now maybe getting some bales on the belt, but they don't have any bales pressed. But they do have the big haul, which means that maybe they want to, kind of like optimize the usage of the space for the grain, more or less, just to get rid of something right now and then kind of like fool the opponent a little bit to see how much they will actually collect. And meanwhile, just 30 seconds. And of course, now if we would be getting a grain multiplier at this point, then it might be backfiring a little bit on Trell Tires, but that we'll have to wait for it because, of course, we don't know. And as we saw yesterday, the grain multiplier wasn't coming that often. So in a way, this could be working out very, very nicely if the grain multiplier is not going to be hitting there. And even if it comes, we have seen teams to recover from this situation. Like yesterday, they still managed to get the multiplier as their advantage, even when they did the initial delivery. And we don't have the grain multiplier, which is raised and speed up. So speed up probably is going to be the one which they will pick at this point. And no huge disruption at all.
I did notice before Trelleborg tipped that grain that they did have a sizable lead in the amount of grain they had over New Holland. There was a good 5,000 to 6,000 litres extra that New Holland, that Trelleborg had over New Holland at that point. So we've got our drops coming in and we've got speed up and bridges raised. So in all honesty, I don't think yet. So New Holland have gone for the speed up. That will allow them to press more bales, will allow them to get stuff back to their barn a bit quicker. We'll see now if Trelleborg pick it up. No, Trelleborg have picked up bridges raised. So they have gone for the disruptive choice out of those two. And that might actually pay to New Holland's favour because New Holland will be able to press more bales with that speed up.
Yeah, but there's a huge difference on the amount of grain for the Trell Tires. I mean, they made the initial delivery, and New Holland did kind of like, pour something down. I think they have like 25K more grain, Trell Tires at this point. So they have a huge amount of grain. And let's see, now we do have the unloading happening, so New Holland's going to be pouring it down, and we'll see where the multiplier is going to be ending up. But that 20K is not going to be enough. This is going to be a huge advantage on the multiplier for Trell Tires in the end, because it's going to be 2.4 at least, maybe 2.5. And it's going to stay at 2.4 exactly. So Trell Tires, they get a huge advantage on the multiplier. Loiko's going to be trying to go for a toss at the same time. Going to be missing at least one of the bales, but we'll get one in. But that's going to be 8 more points for Trell Tires from each bale for the rest of the game.
That is an incredible amount. That is an incredible amount of extra grain from Trelleborg. That can't be just accounted for by them having got both of the class combines. That has got to be them just completely outplaying New Holland, somehow managing to harvest all that extra grain. I didn't see an error anywhere from New Holland in what they picked up, in how they've been harvesting. So how Trelleborg have managed to get such a massive amount of extra grain is something of a mystery.
Yeah, I mean, I saw at the start that they were collecting a lot, and then they went to pour it down with the big haul, and they still had about 30,000 after doing the initial delivery with the big haul, and then they just collected more. So I don't know. Maybe something that needs to be looked at some point. But yeah, this is huge. So 2.4 is definitely something, and they're already leading at the points. They are missing a couple bales compared to New Holland, but for sure they can still start to pressing more bales. So it shouldn't be a big thing, to be honest. And yeah, 2 minutes remaining, so it's going to be very hard for New Holland. I mean, unless they will be very efficient at the end, just like try to get all the bales and doing a great job with the stacking, then they do have a chance. But yeah, when you get almost well, let's say not half less, but yeah, 1/3 less points than the opponent from one individual bale, then for sure it's not just about like you can close the gap with 10 bales. No, you actually cannot. You need to deliver something like at least 5 or 6 more bales in the end if you're New Holland, and that's going to be very difficult when you only have 1 minute and 40 seconds to go.
And
Well,
yeah, it's New Holland now falling behind as this multiplier really starts to bite. New Holland do have more bales, and if they can keep producing bales faster than Trelleborg, they have a chance of catching up. But being 8 points down on every bale, that is going to be such a difficult thing to overcome.
yeah,
And
I mean for
Tita is
sure, like
beginning to run out of bales.
if we have Trelleborg, let's say, delivering 10 bales, so they'll get 240 points, and from 10 bales, New Holland will get 160. And then if they want to get the same amount, they still need to make like 5 more bales, at least 6 more bales. So they need to do almost like a 1.5 times more bales than Trelleborg, and that's not going to happen, unfortunately, as we only have 40 seconds to go. They have been closing the gap, though. We can see that it's only 40 points at the moment, so they need a combo or something. But yeah, that's going to be countered by okay, not countered, but yeah, there was a 6 bales out of 10 for New Holland, but now it's going to be 0 as Trelleborg has been delivering some as well. So this would be very complicated for New Holland, but they're definitely trying to do everything they can, and we only have 20 seconds to go. There's going to be a couple more bales on the Trelleborg side that's going to go in. That's going to be 48 points for them. More bales, and Loiko is not making any mistakes here. We can see that New Holland is not making mistakes either, but they are just lacking the multiplier. We can see the Tak and Loiko, they're already at the belt. They are celebrating, they're dancing. Maybe they will do some Gangnam style dancing or something like that, as we can see that they're trying to pretend to be a boy band at the belt. But yeah, in the end, Trelleborg will get the round, and that was an amazing job with the multiplier, and that's basically what decided the whole game.
Yeah, that's incredible amount of extra grain that Trelleborg got there, and I really not sure how. You can see it. It was they delivered without the multiplier 20,000 extra liters of grain. Once that multiplier came into effect, it went up to nearly 30,000 extra liters of grain. That is huge. That is almost enough actually to get a 3.0 in certain circumstances. So yeah, that's a huge amount of grain they've got, and New Holland are going to have to try and work out how Trelleborg were able to collect so much more grain than them, and then they're going to have to come up with a counter for it in order to stay in this tournament, because that is a level of control they cannot afford to give Trelleborg again.
Mm. Yeah, they will have to come up with something. But let's see. I mean, I guess these guys they have been coming up with the creative strategies on the past, so maybe they have a clue what happened there. And of course, with the different perks when Trelleborg doesn't have the big haul in their usage, because I think that the big haul was part of that strategy, definitely. So now when they don't have it. It will be a different kind of a story. So let's see how the second game of the series will go. But it's good to remember that this is still a lower bracket game, meaning that whoever's going to be losing this series will be dropping out of the tournament. And well, I mean, if Trelleborg takes this done, then it's going to be 2-0 for them. So New Holland, they have once again their backs against the wall, and they need to do something about it. And now we can see that the telehandler is going to be banned. So New Holland will go for the ban of the telehandlers. But what I need to say is also that telehandlers didn't play that crucial role on the previous game. There was no special tricks. I mean, Loco, yes, made a one toss, which in the end didn't even succeed fully. So the telehandlers were not the problem.
No, I think I'm there with you on the big haul being a big contributor to Trelleborg's win there. They seem to have used the big haul very effectively to get that extra grain in there. I mean, they still had to harvest that much more grain than New Holland, but yeah, somehow using that big haul, they managed to get that extra grain in. And we're going to see now: can New Holland turn this round and get the big haul to work in their favor in the same way?
Yeah, let's see. I mean, it might be my memory, so you can blame me from this comment. But usually, when we have a big haul, and if you have an initial delivery, let's say before the second wave of the drops, it's not usually that they go and do that with the big haul. They usually have a trailer as well, where they have a bit of a grain or combine, and they will go and do the initial delivery with that. And this time they went to do the initial delivery with the big haul, so they actually went down and poured a reasonable amount of grain on the silo from the big haul. I think that was the change which got them 2.9, and then they just managed to somehow collect even more. Meanwhile, as they were doing this, so yeah. But let's see. I mean, we can analyze that later, and I might be completely wrong with my comment, but that is the first impression that comes to my mind. Anyways, we're gonna be heading for the second game, and this time it's gonna be New Holland who's gonna play with the big haul. Trell Tires is gonna be playing with the different perks. Of course, they cannot play with the same one for the second time in a row, and we're gonna be heading for the pads once again. Let's see what kind of a battles we do have. We did have was it Trell actually getting a better start last time, claiming the combine and the baler very nearby the barn, which always, of course, then enables the great first bale. Hayden's going to be getting the baler he wants. There's no challenge on that pad at all. We can see Fato going for another baler here, and he seems to be claiming that. We do have a Trell claiming something from the lower pad as well. And when we do get to see the picture, yeah, we can see that the Trell is actually in a very nice position once again next to the barn right here. Hayden, Loiko, they are going for the first bale, and this is going to be a good one as well. I think 140, 42, which they had on the previous game, they can actually repeat the same performance. It could be even better, but I think it's going to be on that ballpark if they don't miss the swing, or if, well, depending how they're going to anyways deliver it. And when you see the location of New Holland, they are once again a little bit more further away from the barn, and Hayden's going to go for it, and there's going to be a toss, and 142 actually seems to be the case. 143, so very even, almost the same performance, and they don't miss this. As yesterday we saw quite many first bales that were failed attempts to toss them in or even reverse them in, and Fato maybe a slightly better first bale than the previous one, so maybe 140, 124, 123, 124, yeah. So that's going to be also a couple. No, it's actually exactly the same, actually, what they had on the previous game. So the gap is now 19 points as we had 18 points. So very, very similar performance with the first bales.
So an interesting start from both teams there. It seems that Trelleborg sacrificed getting both of the class combines to get that first bale. The class combine was out on the right. It was going to be a longer trip to get it. They would have got a lower first bale as a result, so they sacrificed that extra grain capacity for getting that extra sort of 20-point difference. New Holland, on the other hand, went for the class combine. They've got the class combine, and as a result, they have that extra capacity, and that is going to be crucial for them with the big haul. If they are able to now capitalize on that, they could do to Trelleborg exactly what Trelleborg did to them in the last game.
Yeah, let's see how this plays out. Yeah. In the grain collection phase, let's see the numbers. They're pretty much even with the grain collection for the time being. Trelleborg actually has been also pressing one extra bale at the start from whatever reason, but yeah, that's not going to make much of a difference. Meanwhile, we can see Hayden already moving towards the silo area, and as he does have the trailer, so he's probably going to drive that all the way. The silo, not going to leave it here as they sometimes do leave the big haul, and yeah, he's going to go for the silo. So let's see if we do have an initial delivery once again from Trell Tires, because that seems to be working. They have 47,000, so they have been doing a great job with the grain collection once again. And yeah, I'm expecting that there's going to be an initial delivery. Yeah, it's going to go in. Let's see how much. It's not going to be for sure 2.9 multiplier at this stage, but I don't know, 2.5, 2.6 maybe. I don't know. Let's see how the guys are feeling today. But they will actually they're actually putting a lot of that out. So I think they're trying to replicate the same strategy which they did with the big haul. They will put it on 2.7, which is a huge first initial delivery. And once again, I mean, on the last game I spoke about the grain multiplier, if that's going to be a thing. So yeah, this is a little bit risky. But look at the amount of grain. They still have 42,000 at the same time, as they already delivered quite a large chunk of it. So they are very effectively collecting all the time more. And Highland, immediately after doing that initial delivery, I think they have changed kind of like the location of the combine. That they when he does the initial delivery, he comes right back on the field. And they do have the combine, they're pouring it down. And I think he went back to the silo, maybe even just to deliver more. So they have kind of like altered the position of the combine for that time period to be able to efficiently refill the trailer.
There does seem to be an aspect of that. You can see the way their combine is winding its way up to the top end of the field to time it just right to refill when they get to the top here. We've got silo closed for the 5.5 minutes, just as New Holland are coming to tip. And Hayden is going to close New Holland's setup.
Why?
And so New Holland are now doing direct delivery. They have not closed Trelleborg's silo. And actually, that is a stroke of genius from New Holland. They know their silo's closed. They know that Trelleborg have a whole load of grain that they can deliver. So New Holland, instead of closing a silo door after the horse has bolted, they are going to just get more grain in there while their silo is closed, and then be able to dump that entire trailer of grain in there afterwards. Absolutely brilliant play from New Holland here. This may give them the edge going into the last 4.5 minutes.
Yeah, they need to collect a lot of grain. I mean, that 2.5 multiplier still, they need at least like 25,000, I would imagine, to get it back to 2.0. And now is the time for the Trelleborg tires to do something about it. So they need to have kind of like the hammer time, as we speak, from time to time. And we do have a technical break as well.
Break.
Yeah, so let's see. I don't know what happened there, but yeah, definitely an interesting situation where this happened. So the gap on the grain is about 21,000 liters currently, and that is what we follow. This whole grain game seems to be definitely a thing. Everybody seems to be connected, so we'll see what's going to happen. But I mean, I don't mind having a bit of a chunk of pancake. Meanwhile, for example, because I do have it here. So let's yeah, that's a good one.
Yeah, not quite known why this is. Oh no, we got a disconnected player. I can see a disconnected player. Trelleborg have lost one of their players at the moment, so there'll be a technical break until that player gets reconnected. If they're not able to, I don't know actually what happens on an offline tournament like this if a player isn't able to reconnect. Whether the whole game gets played again.
Yeah, we'll just wait for it. I mean,
yeah,
for sure we have a technical staff on site, so they will figure that out. So I will figure that out. Probably some kind of player disconnect on a PC issue, input device issue, whatever you can have those. So let's just wait for it.
And then, I think one of the players' games crashed from what I understand. So
yeah, we'll see. But anyways, the technical staff on the site, they will definitely figure that out, and we'll be returning back to the game. And I mean, the most important thing is that the server is still up and running, which means that we don't have to restart the game, and that is what actually matters. So we'll figure that out. The players are definitely thinking. We can see Trelleborg actually, as we can see, look at the faces of these players. They are really heavily thinking. And what I really like on Trelleborg tires, every time we see these guys on the pictures, they are actively always like talking. They are analyzing the situation. We can see that. Well, I can see it from the faces. Hopefully, that I'm right. But I do think that they are really much thinking about the game all the time. And it's like when we have a break like this, they try to take the maximum usage of that time to understand the situation, analyze it, plan a little bit ahead, like what we're going to do in 45 seconds and so on. As we saw the sheets from Helm, for example, yesterday, how closely they are analyzing the situations and kind of planning the 10-minute period, like what they will do at what point. And of course, JK is going to be pissed about the fact that it was shown on the broadcast. But the, I mean, if you take your laptop with your plans right next to the broadcast camera, something might happen.
Yeah, quite possibly. But then these teams work so closely together. I think most of the time, they know each other's tactics. A lot of it comes down to the execution of it. And and Trelleborg and Helm and New Holland and Voltra, these are teams that are very, very good at executing those plans. And what's happened here, so far as I can tell today, is Trelleborg are being really, really good at executing their plans, have worked out a way to be really efficient on the field, to grab a whole load of extra grain as a result of that efficiency. And we saw the effect that had on New Holland in that first game. That massive difference in the multiplier. So teams will go away. They'll analyze what's happened in that first game. Absolutely, they will, and they'll go, "Wow, look, the way Trelleborg are harvesting at the moment, they are harvesting in such a way that is producing an extra 25,000 liters of grain. How do we do that? How do we get that efficient?" And they'll come back and next tournament we will see teams adopting a similar way of doing things.
Yeah, let's see how this plays out. I mean, yeah, I mean, I need to understand better the first game. I mean, Trelleborg did a very nice thing with the grain, yes, and I think that we have some same elements here on the second game as well. That I think that they are playing it smartly, and but I first want to see the end result from this game, like how the grain multiplier will end up, because I think that the New Holland, in a way, with the big hole, they have a huge amount of grain currently. So I do have a feeling that the yeah, it might play well. But anyways, we just got information that there's going to be a remake of the match, so we're going to be restarting the game. So we will not continue from the position where we did end the game. So it will be a rematch. So the players are getting ready, of course, and at some point, yeah, we will go back to the game. But I think they are like restarting things for the time being. So they, from whatever reason, they need to restart the game, and that's going to happen in a matter of seconds or at least minutes. So we'll just wait for it. And Alex, if you have any great jokes, now is the time to tell them.
Talk
please
about
don't.
putting me
Please
on the
don't.
spot. Jeez.
I was kidding. Please don't.
I was looking over the stats. I was trying to work out because I'd go through my head the one of the things that I think made a big difference in that first game was that Trelleborg had both of the class combines. We know that because of the capacity of those class combines, you can end up with an advantage on grain. It's normally around the 5,000-6,000 liters mark. But this is the thing. I think with Trelleborg being more efficient, having that more efficient journey through the field to meet up with the cart at the end, they were able to capitalize on that. And because they were using the big haul, they were able to empty one of those class combines into that trailer and then refill it. And that there is exactly why they had that extra grain. However, you take that combine away, you take the big haul away, you're going to end up with a much smaller advantage. And I think that's what we were seeing from Trelleborg yesterday. I don't think there's a game that happened yesterday where Trelleborg didn't have an advantage in the grain multiplier. And what we saw in the first game against New Holland here is just the most extreme amount that they can get using the tactics they're using at the moment.
Yeah, let's see if that's going to be becoming a thing in a longer term or not. Hard to tell. I mean, just based on a one single game, I'm we'll see. But there's potential. Let's say it like that. So if you fine tune that a little bit, let's see what Helm can do with that idea. Meanwhile, we're gonna be having some nice pictures from the friend combine. We can see the Farming Simulator League stickers on the door as well. The players are still clearly waiting for the game to start. So might take a couple more minutes until we actually get back on the action. But for sure, we will get there eventually. So just bear with us for a while. But we can see the German commentary is there behind all the commentators. They are actually. Do you see that there's a player from Helm actually right next to Homer? Maybe, not sure. But anyways, we got to be getting back to the game, so we don't have to worry about that one. So we'll go back on the bans, and of course the players they need to choose the same bans which they had on the previous game, which crashed. So they will have to make the same selections here, and then we'll just restart the game from the beginning. And of course, I mean, I'm always curious about the first bails when it comes to the rematches. It's kind of like when you succeed on the first bail very well, then if you don't succeed on the second game, then well, it is what it is. You need to succeed every time. So 143 was the first bail for Trell, and New Holland got 124. So we can kind of like compare those performances of the teams right at the start.
And both teams have to now make the same picks. This is a rematch, so it basically has to be an identical selection going into the game. Of course, it may not be an identical game once it gets started. We could definitely see a difference in fact, we will very likely see a difference in the first bail. The combines will all, and the bailers will all spawn in different places. And so it's going to be an interesting view of the rematch here. And it should be, Massey Ferguson chosen last for New Holland. So all set up the same, and in we go again.
Yeah, so here we go again. Let's see how this plays. But once again, let's see how the pads are going to be sorted out. So we have kind of.
Class Combine is high and to the right, along with the ideal. The New Holland Combine is in exactly the same position as it was last time. So our race for the Combines begins, and Loiko is again going straight for that New Holland. He will grab that and go for a fast first bail. Looks like both teams have gone for different bailers, though. Hayden going for that Massey Ferguson bailer, which means that they have two of those. While Fatu has gone for the New Holland bailer from the podium slightly higher up. We have the class combines on both class combines are with New Holland again. So we're going to see what the first bail brings.
Yeah, this is once again looking very good for Trelleborg, as we can see Hayden right next to the barn already. And this actually, I think it's about the same performance. We should be getting like 140, 43 or something like that. That's definitely doable. And there we go. But he's gonna miss that one. So he's gonna miss it. And this is exactly what I meant. That if you get a good first bail and then you can like you don't get that on the rematch, then of course it's a very unfortunate. But still 134. So it's a good recovery from that situation. And we are still waiting for the new bail, first bail to come from New Holland and Fato. Seems to be getting quite similar performance. He's going to reverse that in, but the gap is going to be smaller, unless, of course, he's going to mess this somehow up. But it doesn't seem to be the case. So, 118. Okay. So it's going to be 16 points, the difference. So that is like a 3 points less than it was on the before the remake. So, yeah, it's definitely a fine. And let's just wait and see how this will play. But okay. Silo closed at this point. Hayden's going to be running for the other one, which is the speed limit. So that's going to be picked by Trelleborg. And I would imagine that New Holland will go for the same.
I don't know if this is the same bailer setup that both the teams had in the last game. We've got Silo close and speed limit, and New Holland very wisely selecting speed limit. In fact, both teams selecting speed limit here, slowing each other down. It's going to be difficult to get the levels of grain they had last time due to this. And we're also seeing a very different run around here for New Holland for
Mm,
how they're harvesting the field while they have the big haul. They're not having to free that grain cart from the middle of the field, so they've come in with the combine and they're cutting very differently,
mm.
or they're not quite on place. This isn't as smooth as they'd probably like. Some valuable seconds missed there in getting the overloader or getting the trailer in the right place. But look at this 5,000 litres extra grain already for New Holland. New
Mm.
Holland seem to be doing the same thing to Trelleborg as Trelleborg were doing to them in the first game.
Yeah, I mean, good job so far. Let's see how this actually. I mean, of course, the amount you collect is going to be an important one. But I think that the trick which Trelleborg did was after the initial delivery, how they did manage to like start recollecting it. So let's see how this plays out. But yeah, and we can see Fato moving here on the other parts of the field. We haven't seen any deliveries so far, and this is the time if he wants to kind of like replicate the strategy which Trelleborg was using on the first game. I think this is the time when they should go for some kind of a delivery. But instead, we can see Trelleborg going for the delivery, which they did before the remake as well, and they put it somewhere. Was it like 2.7, 2.6 here? 2.7, I think, was the case when they did unload it, and now we can see Fato moving in as well. Of course, it's not going to be guaranteed that the drops are going to be the same. 2.5 for Trelleborg, and they're still having 40,000 liters, which is a reasonable amount when you have that kind of a multiplier already in place. So, but the drops are not guaranteed to be the same, as we know. So that will be the interesting one to see if that's going to be somehow like altering the strategies more or less. But yeah, more grain is going to be collected, and Hayden seems to be doing exactly the same kind of a run which he did on the previous game before the remake, and now it's going to be time for the drops. Do we have anything disruptive? We had a silo closed on the previous one, and now, yeah, they are there. So we have a bale multiplier and speed up. So that is not going to be affecting the grain game at all. And when it comes down to the bale multiplier, New Holland actually has 3 bales, so they can, in some sense, actually utilize it. But Trelleborg, on the other hand, they don't have any bales to utilize it.
New Holland actually have 13,000 more litres at the moment, but of course they are 2.5 to 1.5 down on that multiplier. So this at best is going to be a 2.1 for New Holland, I think. And they're going for the speed up. They still have their harvesters out there. They're still getting grain in. They want the extra. And in fact, Trelleborg will probably go for the speed up as well. They do not have any bales to score with to speak of with that bale multiplier. So that's not going to be massively useful to them. In fact, Trelleborg failed to pick up a multiplier, a power up at all.
Okay, so the multiplier 2.2, and when you look at the amount of grain, so New Holland, they still have more grain. So in the end, New Holland should be ending up with a better multiplier. So in a way, they are doing something similar than what Trelleborg did. I think that the difference is not going to be that huge. It might be 2.3 maybe, but yeah, it's not going to be 2.4. But still 6 points more per bale, so that is a reasonable difference. And then it comes down to the efficiency in the end, how Trelleborg manages to handle the lower amount of points. Trelleborg is going, and this is actually a crucial time because now they have the advantage from the multiplier. If they can actually get these in time with the better multiplier, that's going to be a huge thing. But now New Holland's going to be starting to unload.
Here we
have the big call. They're going to be, of course, changing the whole situation. So, yeah, they will get some points, but not that many points. We can see 2.3 being the multiplier. And as we look at the grain for the time being, so yeah, this is going to be like a 2.2 maybe in the end for New Holland. Let's see. As well, they will finish all the deliveries. But Trelleborg will manage to get a couple of the bales in, and they are leading by 32 points. But yeah, they will definitely have to deal with a lower multiplier in the end, and then we'll see how this is going to end up. The attempt to deliver 3 bales with a higher multiplier didn't succeed.
Yeah, it's gonna be 2.2. I think you're right. There we are. Things have leveled out at a 2.2 multiplier. Again, that class combine coming into play. More interestingly, though, I find is that New Holland have a considerable number of extra bales compared to Trelleborg. I think it was 12 bales for New Holland and 9 for Trelleborg when I last looked at it. And New Holland now going in and scoring those bales. 13-10. So there are 3 extra bales there for New Holland with a very small point difference. So, New Holland definitely in the driving seat in this second game.
Yeah, for the time being, definitely. I think they do have more bales, and now what Trelleborg needs is just a very, very good efficiency around the belt. They need more bales to be pressed for sure, still, and then they just need to score all of them on the second floor, and then we'll see what can actually happen. But yes, we can see that the scores are changing all the time, so both teams are doing a great job with the delivering the bales already at this point. So small mistake from either side can actually decide the game for sure. But then, as you said it, Alex, New Holland is definitely on the driver's seat, and Trelleborg, they're like playing the catch-up game for the time being. So we'll see how that goes in the end. But
I'm not sure that that bottom bale for New Holland is actually going to go in. That was at a very squiffy angle.
Yeah, I mean, as long as
sorry, I was going to say, I think we're going to see more teams banning the class combine. We can see here the effect that having that combine has. We saw in the first game the effect that having 2 of that combine has, and I think this is why we are beginning to see Helm spend that extra point to ban it, simply because it allows Helm to control the game more when they're doing that. And I wouldn't surprise me if we see one of these 2 teams going into the final game banning that combine as well, wanting to control that, wanting to make sure that such a huge advantage doesn't go to their opponents, because we've seen it here. With
10 seconds to go, Alex, and this is very close. 4 points for difference. Yeah. And now we have a completely tight situation with the points. 5 seconds to go. Trelleborg's going to be scoring something. Fato's going to... It's going to be even with the scores. Even with the scores, is it? And who's going to actually get it then in the end? It's an even amount of points, and Trelleborg seems to be claiming it.
It is, because it's first bale. Their first bale is higher.
They will win it by first bale. They will have 486 points, each of them. So close situation. They are both trying to get as many bales in as they can. And in the end, they will end up with the even scoreline. And just like Alex said, the first bale is going to decide it. And it will be the Trelleborg tires, even with the lower multiplier, who will claim the spot on the next stage of the lower bracket. Kind of like going actually to the semi-final of the lower bracket. And the New Holland's going to be sent home.
I just need to clarify something there. It goes score, bales, bale total, then first bale. So I missed exactly how many bales and bales total.
22 for Trelleborg, 21 for New Holland.
So that's it. It was the number of bales that won it for Trelleborg there. They had more bales over the course of the game, and so there we go. It went to Trelleborg on bales. Wow.
Yeah, amazing.
What a match to start with. We will be back in 2 minutes. Don't go anywhere. This is amazing.
And welcome back.
Wow.
We had a huge game to start the day, and what an ending for it. We had the rematch, and then in the end, it ended up with the even scoreline, and then it was decided by the amount of delivered bales, where Trell actually beat New Holland with a one single bale. And of course, these final delivers actually, both of the teams that delivered the final bales on the final second, they got 10 points out of them. And but yeah, the bale count actually made a difference there as well. But yeah, that was the first game of today, and of course we still have a second game. Well, do have more games than two, but the next game, let's say from the same round of the lower bracket, we have Lindner versus Farming Friends. That's gonna be up next, and of course it's the same drill. So it is a lower bracket game. The losing team is gonna be going home, and then the winning team will be actually facing Trellebach Tires on the semi-final of the lower bracket.
Yeah, so Lindner have everything to play for in this. If they go ahead, they will end up getting ahead of New Holland. But first, we're going to have a quick look at the replays of the last match. So look at the only toss that we had in that whole game, and it didn't work that well. We then had this miss. This is the replayed game, the second one. And just small, there were some really small errors from New Holland in it, but you can see the madness at the end here. This snuck up on me so badly, and you can see the scores just keeping pace the whole way into the end there. And the reason why the scores stayed even, despite the fact that both teams were scoring bales all the time, is because none of them had anything on the belt. Both teams were just jamming bales in the bottom, scoring 10 points each, and as a result, the scores stayed even right up until the last moment. Interesting thing is, that's where the telehandlers could have come into play. You would have been, either team had the telehandler at that point. They'd been able to extend the boom up onto the conveyor and score in Holland's case, that those 2 extra points, those 4 extra points that they would have needed to have taken it. So banning the telehandlers might actually have cost them the match there.
Yeah, it could be, but yeah, it was. I think New Holland just, let's say, like a 2 minutes before the ending or 1.5 minutes before the ending, they were actually looking pretty strong. But it just turned the upside down, unfortunately, and that's how it went. I mean, Trellebach did play it very well in the end, and they did manage to deliver more bales in the end because they had lower amount of points coming from it. So they did close the gap, yeah.
Fielding caught something that we missed in the end there. I was saying that if they'd had bales on the belt, they would have taken it. New Holland had 3 bales on the belt, and they fell off. So it wasn't. It was an unforced error that actually cost New Holland that match in the end because they didn't quite have their bales on the belt right, and it would have allowed them to easily take the win there.
Okay, so we go for the next game. So Lindner versus Farming Friends, as mentioned, and we are already at the ban phase. So we can see the telehandler is going to be banned here as well. We do have a couple of big tractors being banned as well. So that's I would say something quite traditional. Unstoppable versus Big Hole seems to be the case. I'm not sure if Lindner has been tossing the dice or did they actually choose this somehow some other way. As we saw yesterday that they did toss the dice, but they didn't choose the perk which came from the dice. So I don't know what's the case here. But anyway, they will go with the Unstoppable. And that versus Big Hole is, in a way, it's a smart move. Of course, I didn't notice who actually picked first, but doesn't make a difference in the end. So other than that, I mean, we can see the runners and the under pressures, and our commute is probably going to be the third perk for the player. So nothing that special on that sense. And interesting series. And whoever's going to go forward from here, I mean, as mentioned, they will face Trellebach Tire. So there's going to be a tough opponent anyways on the next stage of the lower bracket. So, yeah, it's not that they're going to win the tournament by winning this game.
And Farming Friends here banning the 2 largest tractors in the game. So both of the really big tractors gone. But as we said before, unless teams are pretty much forced into it, they don't tend to go for those really big tractors that often. And we have both teams off. We've got Lucky Lucka running here for the case track for the case combine. Krieger fighting with someone from Lindner for this Baylor, and Lindner managed to grab it. Sinfried beating him to it.
Mm.
Really good catch there for Lindner. That is a fantastic Baylor for there, and Krieger having to settle for the Kuhn Baylor, which is not quite so strong as the Massey Ferguson one. It only carries 2 bales, that, which is why teams tend to prefer to go for the Massey that can carry 3 at a time.
Mm. Okay, so let's see the first bales there coming up. Krieger is not that far away. For sure, it's going to be not as high as we saw on the previous game. But let's say that the 130 something is definitely doable here. So let's see the tosses. They are coming up. 139, that's a pretty good one. And the other one's going to be 138. So just 1 point of a difference. A very close first bale. And Farming Friends yesterday, they actually did have a quite stable results with the first bale. So they didn't do those mistakes which we saw from the other teams. And they always got the first bale somehow reasonable. It wasn't like the highest, not 150s or anything like that. But they always managed to pretty steadily deliver quite high first bale, and that's what they do here as well.
Yeah, it's those are both good first bale scores. Both very accurate flips of the back of the baler into the back there, and both teams showing a very close setup here. Oh,
Yes.
and who's that? That's Krieger going over onto his side. The Kuhn Baylor is on its side there and has been left. Speed limit has been picked up by Farming Friends. I fully expected actually Farming Friends to be dumping that baler. They're using large tractors. They can't afford a baler that only brings in 2 bales at a time. They're going to need one that takes 3. So they'll be going back out there and seeing what's left on the podiums to try and grab a bigger baler, I think, especially with a tractor of the power level that they have.
Mm. Okay, so here we go, back on the grinding phase to get some grain collected once again. And I'm really going to start paying more attention about the routes which they take here. Of course, we cannot always see like the bigger picture, how it actually transforms, but I think we have seen some variations which might actually have some kind of changes on the end amount, what are the paths which the vehicles are taking, of course. But yeah, that's going to be a different story. And Farming Friends, of course, playing with the big hole. So that is something we're going to be following very closely here, how they will utilize it, how much they're going to fill that up, and how much they're going to pour down, as we are now on 7 minutes on the clock. And this is about the time when, if you want to do the initial delivery, then you're probably going to be starting to head towards the silo, as we can see Apollo doing on the Lindner side of things. So he's going to be heading towards the silo. The grain counts are completely even, I would say. Okay, there's maybe a 1,000 of a difference, but that's pretty much nothing. And Sinfry, meanwhile, will be coming here and probably going to be pouring some down, but let's see how much. It's going to be, no, he's going to just leave it there. So he doesn't want to do any kind of an initial delivery. They want to wait for the second wave of the drops to see if there's something that is actually useful for the grain, like a multiplier or something like that. And meanwhile, we can see Silas still grinding on the fields completely alone, not having anybody to help him out with the where to unload the grain for the time being.
And we're seeing these patterns round here now. This is kind of the difference we have when teams are using big haul. You can see they're no longer concentrating on getting that overloader free. They're taking much longer routes that will allow them to make it easier for their balers later on. And Krieger here now managing to stack those bales, actually, despite the fact that that is not a stacking baler, which is really interesting. It's listed. It's listed in the stats as a as not being a stacker, that New Holland. So it shouldn't have the height at the back.
Ooh.
I'm wondering if the way that the slope dips down there makes it easy to stack bales with that baler.
Meanwhile, Silo close the Bale multiplier. Those are the drops, so I guess Silo close is going to be the one that they're going to be favoring. The Bale multiplier is something that, yeah, for example, farming friends could use, but of course, by choosing that, they would risk a lot of things with the multiplier other ways. And yeah, Silo close, Krieger's going to go for it. We can see Lindner going for the Silo
Oh,
close as
good
well.
timing.
So both silos are closed, and Lindner actually manages to get 2.2 multiplier just before the silo is closed, so they will actually have a slightly better multiplier if they want to go for some kind of a delivery here on the middle. And both teams having 6 bales, so the bale counts are actually exactly the same as well. So yeah, let's see what's going to happen during the next about 80 seconds as the silos are closed. There is a chance for Lindner to score something, but getting those, let's say, 4 extra points per bale for the time being, I'm not sure if that's going to be worth the kind of like, changing the strategy which they have chosen on the past. Because if they manage to, let's say, deliver 5 bales while the silo is closed, that's going to be only, 20 points. So, I mean, yeah, you can win the game with 20 points for sure. But still, I would imagine that having that small difference on the multiplier and that small advantage, I would imagine that it's maybe not what they want to go for it.
I actually expect Lindner to be doing something very similar to what we're seeing Lucky Lucka and Farming Friends do here at the moment. I'm expecting that Lindner are actually bringing bales in, as Zerserus is doing. He'll put these straight on there. He should still have that multiplier in place when those go in. So long as Farming Friends aren't sitting there ready to drop grain as soon as it happens. And they are! And it's caused a problem! It's 1.7 that went in at. And because Lindner are using the Unstoppable, that has stopped Farming Friends' belt.
Yeah, now it's going to be Lindner at the same time pouring down the grain. So we'll see the final multipliers where they're going to be ending up in a matter of seconds. As we can see, all the grains is going to be pouring down. We can see Farming Friends emptying the rest of the big hall as well. They have to be very careful with it, but yeah, they will get it done. And let's see, still some time. It's a very slow belt for Farming Friends, by the way. As we can see, I think what Lindner is doing, that they're going to play some time here, as they don't want to unload. They want to keep that belt that slow, and now they actually stop. So they want to kind of like deny Farming Friends scoring any bales until Lindner is ready themselves to start delivering the bales. So they are just waiting for the right timing, and of course they are working with the setup. But yeah, why have Farming Friends to have their belt operational?
Look at this!
Look at that! Zerozeros is completely ready to do something about it, but they are just waiting for it. Let's see. I mean, I want to see this, how this is going to play. And now they will start the unloading the grain, so they get the multipliers back on 2 point something. I think it's going to be maybe 2 point. I think it's going to be 2.0. So it's going to be exactly even. Yeah. Maybe 2.1 is just barely doable. And yes, it is. And now they're going to push it. And it's going to work. Look at that. It's going to work. He's going to push those 2 bales. And that's going to be 4 bales. And how come these are faster? These bales are faster than the ones before because they are like a warping that much. So they're going to be scoring those 20. That's a nice play from Linda. They kind of like hold the Farming Friends belt for such a long time that they were not able to do anything. And they kind of like made this stack to be ready as soon as they will get the grain in. And now it's going to be all about the just getting the bales on the belt. Lindner having the slight advantage there with the multiplier, but Farming Friends are leading by 40 points at the time. So let's see. This is going to be interesting. This is going to be one of those very close games in the end, I would imagine.
But this is why Unstoppable is such a powerful perk to use against Big Hall, because Big Hall, stuff unloads so quickly, it's difficult to control. And if you go to that 2.5 multiplier, your belt stops. So there's no way for you to then take control of your belt again and get things working, where you have to wait until the other team decides to do it. And Lindner were just holding them there, making them wait. Absolutely brilliant play there from Lindner. They are still quite a way behind, though. Although they do have more bales sitting around at the bottom of their belt. They have the speed on that belt. They will be able to get these scored in the last 20 seconds. I mean, look at the speed those blue ghost bales are going up at. Yeah, so they will score. And in fact, I think they're going to go ahead with those 2 bales on there now. This is all about whether Farming Friends can keep scoring bales in the last 7 seconds. It is a close one again. Are there any bales there for Lindner? No, it looks like Farming Friends have taken it.
Yeah, they did in the end. They had a good performance at the end, and yeah, I think Lindner they just run out of bales at the end. Unfortunately, they had a good strategy in a way, but I think they lost something there on the middle because there was the gap building up to almost 100 points at some point for Farming Friends. So in the middle game, Farming Friends were more efficient in the end, even though Lindner tried to do everything to stop their belt, keep their belt from not operating. But yeah, so yeah, Lindner. Very good try, but Farming Friends, they played this really well.
And that's quite interesting. This could be the biggest upset of the weekend that we're about to see. Lindner are currently sitting in 2nd place overall in the standings, and Farming Friends are way down at 10th. So this could be a pretty big upset for Lindner to go out to Farming Friends if they can't win these next 2 games. And yeah, Farming Friends looking at going up the board a bit because their points. In fact, do you know what? I still think if even if Farming Friends got it to the final today, they wouldn't get higher than 9th because they're on 100 points, 100 circuit points, and the next closest currently is Power Team Esports on 190 points. So yeah, even if Farming Friends won this tournament, they wouldn't get higher than 9th place.
Yeah, I mean, of course, the circuit points is something. I guess they're also thinking about the results of the individual tournament. I mean, the prize money is there as well. So we'll see how this is going to go. But yeah, I mean, I think we spoke about Farming Friends yesterday. And when they came, the first showing in the Farming Simulator League, I think they played pretty well. Then the performance has been varying a little bit. So, I mean, yeah, of course, I mean, we expect that Lindner will be doing better than Farming Friends. I'm not going to lie on that one. But then on the other hand, I mean, we have seen these glimpses of a great performance from the Farming Friends on the past as well. So it's not like a complete surprise that they can carry this kind of a performance. But they still have one more game to win. And then we'll see. But of course, if they will win the 2nd game and they will drop down Lindner, yes, we can talk that it's some kind of an upset for sure.
Case Magnum is the first track to ban. That actually, so the more I've been reading into the stats of the machines, the more the banning of the Case and the banning of the Fent 942 would make an interesting pairing because it forces teams who want to use the larger tractors to then use the more expensive points wise of the larger tractors, and that's exactly what Farming Friends are forcing here with those 2 bans. Obviously, Lindner banning the 2 telehandlers means that they are going to be taken out of the way as well. So we'll now see if either team goes for a large tractor setup here, knowing that it's going to cost 2 extra points to do it. John Deere 6M for Lindner, New Holland for Farming Friends, both with the runner perk. Second choice for both teams. We've got Under Pressure with both and the more expensive 3-point John Deere 8R for both teams. And then the final choice is Archimedes and front loader tractor and the Deutz Fahr for Farming Friends, and the JCB is coming out for Lindner. Now these 2 tractors really do make a lot of sense. 247 horsepower on the Deutz and 235 for the JCB. They're both on the higher end of the power for the front loader tractors. In fact, and the Deutz Fahr, in fact, costs as much points wise as the larger heavy tractors. So they haven't saved a point there, but they have added the ability to bring 6 bales back rather than the normal 3 if you're just using one of the heavy tractors.
Hmm. Well, anyway, let's see what's going to be happening at the pass because you're Lucky Luke are getting a combine. Mtrom's going to be going for the class. For sure, that's not going to be much of a thing here. But do we have anything else? No, nobody's really challenging the pads at all. So everybody seems to be getting what they are hoping to get because you said they're pretty far away for Lindner already in place. Apollo is going to come to get the bail done behind him. And it's looking pretty decent for the time being. So let's see what kind of result they can get. This is a very close one, all the grain here, so he can just drive here quite fastly and then start bailing. And it's looking pretty good for Sinfrey. But let's wait for it. Of course, you still have to toss that in, and you have to get that bail in. So he's going to be crossing the bridge. We could be getting like a 140 maybe out of this one, pending how the toss is going to go. And the toss is going to happen. 139 is
he's hit the side!
Yeah, he's going to fail it, unfortunately, having a bit of a trouble, and he's going to be getting stuck because the Krieger coming from the safer route at the same time. He might be faster on that sense, and he's not going to be tossing. He's going to reverse that in, but it still might be faster because Lindner might be in trouble with the first bail, and that's going to go in. It's going to be 122, and we can see Lindner still, 121 for them. So it's going to be just 1 point of a difference. So we can see that the Sinfrey did manage to shove that in with the front. Meanwhile, as we were watching the kind of like the toss of the farming friends, so a very close one. It could have resulted as a huge gap. Well, not a huge, but let's say like a 20-point gap for Lindner, but it didn't.
Yeah, and we've got speed limit picked up by Lindner. I think that Farming Friends are also going to go for speed limit. Neither team looking to actually deliver any grain right now. In fact, neither team have collected any grain from their combines. And Mtron looking like he's a bit full there, needing to reposition himself to empty out. Meanwhile, Lindner are taking more time to get into position and not really helping their combine there as they run into the front of it.
Okay.
Yeah, definitely Farming Friends looking to be a little bit ahead at the moment.
Okay. So, pretty much even, I would say. I mean, of course, with the points, they are completely even. But then let's see how the grain is pretty even. Yes, as well. That's what I was expecting. So pretty even with the grain. 2 and 7 minutes on the clock. So let's see, Krieger just moving between the buildings. I would imagine that he's going to get that in place. The interesting fact is that Lindner actually saved the big haul for the final game, if that's going to be happening, of course, pending if Farming Friends are going to be winning this one. But the somehow I have had the feeling that the big haul has been today, in a way, maybe slightly used differently. And also, it has been winning more rounds because we have seen that the big haul is not always like the key to victory, but today it has been pretty victorious so far. So I would imagine that I was expecting that the big haul would have been played earlier, but maybe they have some kind of a trick on their sleeves. They know that they have to win, of course, with the bottleneck as well. So just a win with the big haul is not going to be enough. But meanwhile, this is an interesting location for Cerzarus to be harvesting, as we can see. So he's so close to the silo buildings. So there could be an idea, of course, to come back from the silo once again to pick up the grain nearby and then kind of like this make a short trip back to the silo. We'll see. And the bailing is happening, and we are getting somewhere around the time that if there's got to be any initial deliveries, it should be happening pretty much right now before the second wave of the drops.
We'll see if either team starts picking things up. We've got the grain multiplier coming out at the 5.5 minute mark. I think both teams are more likely to take that than bridge lowered. And it's a 1.5 multiplier for Farming Friends we have here. I'm guessing it's going to be a very similar multiplier actually for Lindner, seeing as both teams are very even right now.
Yeah, it should be pretty much the same. So 1.5, maybe 1.6. But yeah, 1.5 something. Yeah, 1.5 will Linter as well. So it should be the same for both of the teams. And we can see Linter immediately starting to unload with the multiplier. Of course, Farming Friends are going to do the same. They will go for the multiplier. Cricket going to be running past it. In the end, he's going to find it. He's going to be watching this beautiful, beautiful sight on the fields for a while. And it is tempting, but he wants to wait and he's going to go and pick that up. So 90 seconds will start. And now it's going to be time for Farming Friends to start unloading at the same time as well with the multiplier. Lindner didn't, of course, yet manage to deliver all of the grain. So they needed to wait for a while. And they still have 44,000 liters remaining. So we'll see. But the grain game at its finest going on. And we'll see what the final multipliers will be then at the end. But for sure, it's going to be something.
Yeah. Both teams delivering grain and trying to see where this will even up. Bales being created by both teams as well. And we can see here 2 bales on the front there for Krieger. That's not the maximum that baler can take, that the front loader can take. We've seen teams bringing back 3 bales on it. In fact, it's one of the reasons why Helm are so efficient. They bring 6 bales back every time on a setup like we're seeing here at the moment. So yeah, there's still space, I think, for teams to add to their efficiency and be bringing more bales back all the time.
Mm. Okay, Apollo not going well, maybe struggling a little bit there with the bales. The bale production has been, of course, heating up lately. As Lindner with the 10 bales, we have Lord Baylor there with 2 bales available. So yeah, let's see who's going to go for it. I guess somebody wants to go for it because it in a game which is this even with the even multipliers and everything, so it can actually make a huge difference, to be honest. And yeah, now Farming Friends have kind of like taken the lead, so they are leading with 20-40 points. So the both teams are slowly starting to deliver those bales, and we can see the score lines moving. And I'm just wondering. I mean, now the gap is like a 100 points, so Farming Friends have been delivering 5 more bales. But I'm just wondering that because the multiplier is even, so that 20 points per bale, that 1 point difference in the first bale, it can actually play a huge factor in the end if they're going to be delivering the same amount of bales in the end. So let's wait and see. But yeah, it's just something that I always notice that when you have the exactly the same multiplier, you know that those final points will not change anymore. You know, the last digit of the number. And yeah, Linden's going to be starting to deliver those bales as well. They do have 6 bales more, so they do have, in a way, if they're going to be efficient enough, Apollo's going to be having a problem with the baler. He's definitely in trouble. There's going to be 3 bales on that baler, and that's going to be huge because 3 bales, if they're going to lose them, and that's going to be costing a lot of time. It's going to be 1 bale dropping out of the baler, and now he's going to be trying to unlock it. And I want to see what's happening with the one. We can see that these guys are definitely serious about with their faces, and that could be a huge problem for Lindner. It can decide the game if they will lose those bales.
If they are unable to recover that baler, which at that position, if he drops that off, I don't think there's any way he can recover that baler. He is still not in there. He's still in the tractor, and Krieger has dropped a bale as he comes over the safer route as well. But yes, he's dropped the baler off. Apollo is bringing 2 bales in. They're desperately trying to get as many bales in as they can. But I don't see how they can recover that baler. That baler will be stuck in that corner. And there's absolutely no point in him going out and grabbing another baler. He's just going to have to use the speed of that JCB now to collect bales.
But they had a very good looking number of bales on the belt. So I want to see how this goes. Of course, the belt is going to be slower. Farming Friends are scoring the bales with a faster bale all the time. Lindner have, I think there's like a 6 No. 3 bales currently on the belt. So this is going to be getting close. We have 20 seconds to go. And the question is how many bales Lindner can actually still get on the second floor. Because I think it's only the bales which are currently on the belt. And on the other side, because if Farming Friends, they do have that faster belt. And this is looking to be very tight. We only have 21 points of the difference.
Oh,
41
there's not
points
enough
for the
time to get
difference.
those on
And we can
there.
see Farming Friends scoring some more bales. 5 bales remaining. The gap is going to be 30 points. And Lindner, can they score something more? They can't find those bales. And Farming Friends, they will drop Lindner out of the tournament. So you talk about upsets, Alex, and here we go.
Yep, absolutely. That is probably the biggest upset of this weekend so far. Lindner have been dropped out of the tournament by Farming Friends, the number 10 position in the circuit points, knocking out the number 2. And actually, that's even worse news for Lindner because they won't go ahead of New Holland. They are in exactly the same position on the scoreboard as New Holland on the points, and they have dropped out at exactly the same point as New Holland here. That makes no change to the position of the number 2s, other than to possibly open them up to Voltra or Trelleborg taking their places, depending on how well those 2 teams still do in here. That is immense. That is such a big upset for this weekend. And two matches in, and we've had 2 amazing matches with 2 incredible results. Can't wait to bring the rest of this to you today. We will be back in 3 minutes. We will see you then. Don't go anywhere. Welcome back, everybody. It has been an amazing morning's worth of action here at the 7th tournament of the FSL's 5th season. I'm blown away by Farming Friends. They outplayed Lintner really, really well. Took that 2-0 and knocked out the current one of the two current second place teams. Fantastic work from them.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, Farming Friends, they played really well, and it wasn't like any easy series. It didn't in the end up with the mistakes much. I mean, Linton, okay, that mistake with the Baylor, and I did some calculations with it, and I mean, they lost by about 40 points. So yeah, maybe 3 more bales. They had 4 undelivered bales. So getting those bales in would have actually made a difference for Lindner. So unfortunately, that was the case. So I guess there was a bit of a mistake, but it is. Meanwhile, we're going to be having a replays from that game. We can see the Helm players preparing. So the next game is going to be Helm versus Valtra. But now we come back to the replays of the previous series. And we can see a couple of the challenges happening in the pads. These happen from time to time. And this is the one which we didn't see. We saw the result, but yeah, that's how he lost the Baylor at the beginning of the game. That was right after the first bale.
And Xerxes' absolutely brilliant tactic here of stacking these bales up, ready to go as soon as the multiplier came in their favor. They were unsuccessful, though, in the second game. They had that whole issue with missing the first bale. Again, that would have possibly won them the second game. Also, Farming Friends there getting the Lord Baylor, but this was the crunch. This is the thing that really cost Lintner the game. Getting that Baylor stuck on there, they couldn't pull it out of there, and it just caused so many more unforced errors coming in there at the end, as you saw, which meant that they weren't able to get those extra bales they needed to get in to compensate for it.
Yeah. Well, it happened, unfortunately, and yeah. But now, Lindner, they have to look it from the sides. They're gonna be enjoying the chill atmosphere at the Cactus event in Leipzig, and now we're gonna be ready for the next game. So Valtra, I mean, Valtra has played well. I mean, these are both upper bracket teams, so this is the final of the upper bracket, and yeah. So that's gonna be the winner's gonna be going to the grand final. So we're gonna be deciding the first team who's gonna play in the grand final, and. I said it yesterday that Valtra has had this little bit varying performance during the past couple of months. So, but Helm has been playing pretty well as well. So I don't know. I mean, Valtra has been, I would say, more stable than usually. So, and we have seen Helm sometimes to shake a little bit as well. So I'm not gonna call anything from this one. Of course, everybody thinks that it's Helm, they're gonna win this, but I'm not gonna put all of my eggs on that basket. To be honest, I think it's pretty even, the chances here.
And we go into the banning stage with Valtra going first. They're going to ban the Fent 724 Vario. And
that's interesting. Because usually people want to ban the telehandlers versus Helm. So that's not going to happen now.
Yeah. But we saw Valtra using the telehandlers yesterday. Again, the top teams seem to be a lot happier now with having other teams use the telehandlers. They seem to see more advantage in them using the telehandlers than preventing other teams from using them. And that's an interesting choice of bans there from Valtra. I'm not 100% sure why they banned those. I mean, the Valtra tractor itself, that is 4 points to buy it. We don't see teams use it very often for exactly that reason. That is a very expensive front loader tractor, that Valtra, and it doesn't get picked much.
I think what Walter wants to do here is that they want to join the same club. They want to have a maneuver named by the team. So we have the Helm Hurdle, the Trelleborg Toss, and maybe we'll have the Valtra Vault.
There aren't many words for throwing stuff that start with me. I'm gonna have to go and check my thesaurus.
I think it's Volt.
Oh, the Vultra
Okay.
Volt.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, let's not go ahead of things, but of course that came to my mind that there is a chance to, and I think that I think the criteria has climbed a little bit. So in the past it was two bales that you toss there, but I think it's now three because as we have seen that to happen so many times. So I think you need to get 3 bales and then we can give a name for it. So let's wait for it if they can join the club. It's like a Mile High club, but a little bit different kind of maneuver to get there. Anyways, yeah. So we are getting the challenge on the pads, and let's see. We can see Luca going for the John Deere. We have Martin with a baler, and he seems to be getting behind Wooler. And it's actually not that close to the barn. So the first bale for Helm, it's looking to be not definitely 150s for sure, but it's the same for Valtra. So it's just the general placement of the utilities on the pads is going to be causing that the first bale is going to be slightly slower for both of the teams because the Lennox already getting the bale, because the Helmet getting the bale, and now they're starting to move towards the barn area. So let's see which bridge they're going to use. Do they have any mistakes? Because Martin having a bit of a wider angle towards the bridge. And he should have the time to cross that one. So just barely in time. He's going to make it because they're going to be slightly ahead. So Martin's going to go, and he's going to go for the toss. He's going to make that one. It's going to be 131, 132. And that's going to be succeeding. Lennon's going to follow. He's going to reverse that in. So it means that Helm will take the lead with the first bale. And they will manage to get the toss right in its place. So 7 points of a difference for Helm.
Not a massive difference there, to be honest, with that first bale. Vultra very much taking the opinion that they probably need to be a little bit more careful with it. Vultra going for the direct delivery, which definitely makes sense at this point. That makes, in fact, a lot more sense than closing the silo. Wooler is going to do the same as he approaches it. And so now both teams filling the silo at the same time as they're actually emptying the tractors as well, emptying the combines as well.
Okay, so the first bales are done, and I would imagine, based on the chat and everything, I think that the biggest the biggest thing what people are now expecting is that is there going to be a toss happening for Valtra and we get a new name on the board. I think we need to make some kind of like a hall of fame for the telehandlers. Maybe you can.
I like volley.
You like to play with the paper.
Suggestion of volley.
Yeah, it's from Felden.
Ultra volley sounded good.
Yeah, that's maybe easier than the Volt. You know, my Finnish English is.
Yeah, sorry, I see Felden suggesting it further up.
Yeah, it's his idea, so he will get all the credit if we come with that one. No pressure, Valtra. So Dake, Lennox, Luca, take your time. We're just waiting with the name already. It's all fine.
I think we'll christen it if they manage to get 3 bales in at once with the chuck from the telehandler.
Yeah. Okay,
that is so tight in there with that auger out to get that through those trees. I still don't understand why the teams unfold that auger as they're trying to make it there. We saw with Vultra there. Vultra didn't unfold their auger until they'd passed those trees, and there was no chance of getting on it. Helm take that risk every time, and I don't understand why.
Maybe it's like a bit of a show off. They want to show that they can do it. Meanwhile, 6:20 on the clock, so that's gonna mean about 45 seconds till the second wave of the drops. The grain game, meanwhile, Helm is leading on that one with about 4K for the time being, so that's good. And by the way, the perks, as you saw, we are both going with the bottleneck, so we don't have the big horse or the unstoppables in the play, and it's gonna be the same perks for both of the teams as well. So we have seen this happening with Helm lately, that the teams are playing with the same perks all the time against them, or I don't know if it's going to be their choice or whose choice it's going to be, but in the end we don't see much of a variation with the perks when in the matches where Helm is currently playing. Meanwhile, just 10 seconds for the drop, so no initial deliveries will be happening unless something very strange happens, but yeah, we're going to be out about 5 seconds and then we'll see what's going to be on those drops. Will there be something disruptive like a grain multiplier or silo close? Will it be just a business as usual? We have a bale multiplier and a bale drop, so it's not going to be anything that's going to be related to the grain, but it's going to be more related to the bales, and that's going to mean that the deliveries will start immediately as Helm started to pour down the grain, and they kind of like need to wait for Valtra because Valtra is not in the position, at least not yet. So we'll see. A nice high 2.9 something multiplier will be coming for them for a time being. 2.8, that's where they're going to stop it for now. And then we'll see if they actually manage to deliver something. It seems that Valtra, they want to get some bales on the belt with the fast belt and then to start unloading. They will start the unloading. Okay, so both teams will play this pretty traditionally, to be honest.
Yeah, definitely seems to be a much more traditional, sort of non-disruptive play we've got here. Valtra waiting until the last possible moment to grab that bale multiplier. Same with Helm. Both teams now have about 80 seconds to use it, and both teams have a 1.5 multiplier. So if a team can get this with their own multiplier on top, it's going to be really useful to them. And Helm trying to take full advantage of that. Their multiplier is still going up. That is a 2.7 with a 1.5 on top of it. So these are going to be worth about 41 points for every bale going in the top. And here goes Wooler with a Helm Hurl. And he scores 2 bales off it with the 41 points. Really great play from them.
Yeah. That's a good start. We haven't yet seen the maneuver from Valtra, so we haven't yet given the name. So let's follow that up. The final grains are coming up, and Helm will end up with a 2.1 multiplier, and Valtra with 1.9, of course. Then and the lead. I mean, Helm is leading almost by 200 points for the time being, and the bale counts are the same. So they have been doing a really good job. We still have 3 minutes to go, but this kind of a lead at this stage, without any kind of compromises. And what's going on with Wooler here? He wants to make a jump. I mean, you have seen the. I mean, Wooler is kind of like doing something what the orangutans are doing. He's hanging on the belt.
But that's why the telehandler is so dangerous. It can reach up and score points without using the belt if you need to.
Oh, that was amazing move, to be honest. But okay, that's just like a showing off, to be honest. So Valtra, they still need to get those points, and Helm, they do have the time to do this kind of a tricks at the same time as well. So yeah, okay. But now the lead is only 80 points, so Valtra has been catching up a little bit. So let's just wait and see. But yeah, this is looking very good for Helm for the time being. They also, I think, leading on the bale count. Yeah, they had 3 more bales and about 100 points of a lead. So that is, of course, when we come to the final 2 minutes of the game, that is something that will give them definitely, let's say that we can be favoring them a little bit. That's all I'm saying here for the time being. And Wooler, I want to see these tricks. Oh no, he's going to just go for the belt. So he just wants to place them there. We'll extend the arm a little bit, maybe. Nah, not even going to do that. He just wants to play it safe, slightly playing with the arm, but not that much. And Valtra will be going with a very traditional play at the same time. So just a lot of traffic on the bridges, but they will manage it. They don't need any kind of a traffic lights. They don't get the baler stuck like what happened there earlier with Lindner. So everything seems to be business as usual.
I think it's fair to say that Helm are very much looking like they're going to win this. They have a large point lead at the moment. They are known for bringing in a lot of bales in the last few moments of a game. And really, to beat them, you have to be in a position where you're putting them on the back foot coming into this last minute. If they have this much of a lead at this point, and have a multiplier in their advantage like this, they are almost impossible to beat. So yeah, I'm very much doubting at this point that we're going to see a Vulture victory in this game. I think that Helm pretty much have this sewn up.
Okay, 30 seconds to go. Helm is leading by more than 200 points. So even if Vulture would put all the bales in, I don't think that they will score enough points to catch up anymore. So Helm has this already on their pockets, and now they're going to be just showing off how much points they can actually make. They're already above 700 points, and this is, by the way, the first 700-point game during this tournament. We didn't see that happening yesterday, and they have
And
to
Willer's going for it again.
Wooler. Yeah, let's just put it there. I want to hang a little bit. Let's show them off. We can see a couple of bales falling down from Vulture as well, and Helm will win this with more than 200 points of a gap. That is just massive amount of points, and these guys, as we can see, they are smiling. Definitely they are smiling. They are not like Linda, that they are not like hugging or anything like that, but maybe this younger generation of players, they are not so much hugging, at least not yet. We'll see in a couple of years when they will have their girlfriends with them.
26 bales with 23 of them in the top. 1 undelivered bale. 5 undelivered bales for Vulture. So Vulture were able to press the bales. They just were not able to score with them. And 5 bales is only 100 points. So even then, they would have been behind. So yeah, Helm just dominating in that first game. Vulture are going to have to turn away and turn around and pick something or pull something out in order to beat them, because Helm just seem to be unbeatable right now.
Yeah, this is really good for them. I mean, Helm, I think we said it yesterday, and we have said it definitely on the past tournaments, that sometimes they have been struggling a little bit. They have been playing on the lower bracket. This time they have held their plays on the upper bracket all the time. And I would imagine, they lost the last tournament to Trell Tires. So we have seen that kind of like their position as the the team that is always winning everything has been challenged slightly. But I think they are now showing that that is not the case, because that 200 points is just, huge amount of points to have as a gap, to be honest. And now we're going to be heading towards the second game of the series. And I don't know if Vulture actually wants to reconsider the telehandlers. That do they actually want to keep them in the play? So Vulture will choose. Let's see what they will ban as a first thing. And that will tell us, will they want to allow the telehandlers or not? They want to allow them still, so they want to play with them.
It's interesting. I don't think Vulture are using the telehandlers to the maximum effect they could be.
Yeah, I agree.
Very much feel that there's more Vulture could be getting out of telehandlers, whereas Helm are absolutely getting every last inch out of those telehandlers. And Helm are banning the Lexion again.
Let's see. It's going to be Unstoppable versus Unstoppable. Helm is going to be waiting for the final moment, and they will take the big call. So they will decide the other way around this time. So they kind of kept the choice open. So they wanted to make. I'm not sure, but I guess they wanted to have the choice that will they play with the same perk or with a different perk, because a lot of teams have been choosing the same perk, and this time it's going to be the other way around. But this is quite traditional. We have seen, of course, the big call versus Unstoppable many times, and we have seen that ending up, for either of the teams. So it's not like written into the stars that you will win with the Unstoppable over versus big call, even though it's a great counter. But then on the other hand, you can also win with a big call. So these perks are not so powerful that it would decide the whole end result of the game. Otherwise, we could just end after choosing the perks.
And Beatmaster again, because they've banned that class combine and they've gone for the big haul. They have Beatmaster has been left without being able to pick up a perk because they don't have the points to do it. And I think that's actually part of their strategy for it.
Okay, so there we go. We have the Battle of the Pads once again happening, and Wooler seems to go unchallenged, at least for the time being. We can see Martin having a bit of a challenge for Valtra, and Martin's going to win that one. So Valtra will lose that challenge for the Baylor, and we can see Luca going for another one. So he's going to go. Oh, that's an interesting one.
Ultra in a bad
He's going to
way!
go for the top lighter, so Deutsch Far is going to be chosen
No!
for here. And I want to see what's going to happen here. We can see Wooler going for the fields already. And that's about okay. He's not going to be going for the first bale, definitely. So he will be the other harvester. And Beatmaster is still traveling, haven't found the bale. This is going to be costing a lot of time when it comes down to the first bale, for sure. He's going to be close. But when you look at the clock, it's going to be 9:15 already. So for sure, this is going to be less than 140 points for the first bale. I want to see what's happening at the helm side. Elsewhere, Luca is already here, so he has the this is actually pretty good, and we can see Lennox. I think Valtra is gonna win the first bale for sure, so we can see Lennox crossing the bridge. We're looking at 130s, high 120s. That's what we're gonna be expecting from here. He's gonna toss that in, but it's gonna miss it.
No!
So very low first bales coming for the both of the teams. Beatmaster has a very unusual approach, and he's gonna reverse that in. So that's gonna be 119, 118, okay. And Lennox, exactly the same. So 118 for both of the teams for the first bale. And that's a very unusual start, to be honest.
I'm left wondering actually, did Helm go and grab the 3 other combines? We saw them grab both the New Holland and the John Deere. Did they get the ideal as well? Did they deny the ideal? And I think they did. I think basically Valtra are having to use the top liner because every other combine got picked by Helm. That is not good at all. In fact, Valtra have pretty much turned around and gone, we're going to have to run one combine on this. I don't know how Valtra can win this with a single combine. And the grain difference already is 20,000 liters. They're going to have to... I think what Helm are doing is they are going to send the multiplier to a 3 times. Wooler has got the easy stack at the top, so they have a wider opening at the top of the bale of their hay barn, and they're going to just put them straight in with the telehandler. And Luca is not going for a throw in with the telehandler. So we can't yet christen it for Valtra because they're not doing it. This is going to be a crazy points level for Helm, I think. I really think we're going to see a 3 times multiplier. Valtra just look at that, 20,000 liters for Valtra, 53,000 liters for Helm. Helm are going to go for the 3 times multiplier. They must be. In fact, Valtra are dropping grain as they turn that corner. I just don't think that they can get enough at all. In fact, he dropped a whole load of grain out of that combine. Valtra are not aiming to deliver any grain at all in this game. They are having to change their tactic, and they're having to go right. If you want to score points, Helm, you're gonna have to put it in the top, and they are in a position where they can do this. We've got speed limit and bridges raised as the 2 drops. Beatmaster is ignoring both of them, and Valtra is also ignoring both of them. Valtra is bringing some grain, and I think they're going to try and limit Helm from getting the 3 times. But here we go, Wooler coming in. is going to tip this now and take it up to a 2.4. Martin coming in with the Helm Hurl and scoring all 3 bales at the 2.4, and now Wooler is sort of hanging around there. I honestly don't think Voltra are going to deliver much grain here at all. And Luca is heading out again. Both teams going for bridges raised as Luca vaults off that one to head back out. And Martin now coming in for Helm with more bales. And of course, with those bridges raised, that does make it more difficult for Helm to hurl those bales in the top. But they will just keep trying to throw them up there because their belt is so slow right now. They want to try and score points that way if they can. So yeah, expect a lot of these this game because it's the only way Helm are going to score a lot of points. And only one bale gets in there from the hurl. The other gets in there thanks to the conveyor, and the third one is on the ground. And now Wooler is coming in. I missed this as well. Helm have 2 telehandlers. Helm absolutely have gone for the biggest amount of chaos they can here. That means they have 1 baler and 2 telehandlers running out and doing this and bringing these bales back. They are teasing Voltra, and Voltra have sent it the other way. Voltra realizing what's going on, they have delivered a huge amount of their grain. They've got the multiplier the other way around, and this is why we didn't see them go and why Wooler didn't deliver any bales just now, because he saw the multiplier going back the other way. However, I fully expect Helm to go and do something about that. They have the speed with these telehandlers to do it, and they can't throw any in the top there at the moment. This is actually a closer game than I thought it was going to be. Wooler heading back in with the grain cart, though. They've got 45,000 litres to the 8,000 litres of Voltra. This is such a different game. There is so much chaos going on right now in this game. It's fantastic. Voltra could do nothing to stop this. And Helm have managed to get that 2.4 multiplier, which is a good choice for them. 3 more in at the top for Martin for Helm. And I'm expecting Helm to basically just put these as high on this belt as they can. They're going to score 2.4 for every bale, and of course, it's so much slower. And the reason why they didn't stop their bale, conveyor completely, is just because they want to be able to at least put some on there. There are no bales here at the moment for Voltra. Voltra have scored everything. And now Voltra are trying to position themselves for a combo by the looks of things. And Martin has laid everything up. We've got another... Oh, this is going to bring it very close to the combo, but it's gone in at the same time for Voltra. So, combo averted. And yeah, there's 10,000 extra litres sitting there for Helm at the moment. If either team wanted to drop any more grain. Martin again trying to line up for this layup. Not quite as good. Manages to get none of them in. Not enough speed. But Wooler managing to score 3 bales. And we're at 498 now. 518 for Helm to 418, and Helm scoring some more points in the last few seconds of this. last few bales coming in, and Helm are going to take this game easily to go through to the final. And that was utter chaos. Really well played. Complete change of tactics from Helm there. Loving to see Unstoppable defeated that way. And yeah, 24 bales, 592 points. I thought we were going to see a lot more points there from Helm. But yeah, complete disruption of Ultra, taking out all but the Deutz combine and leaving Ultra with no options. And wow, that is, yeah, I would agree, Felden. That is the strangest game we've had this weekend so far. Utterly bonkers, and really loving to see that. That is utterly fantastic. Helm once again surprising us. We are going to be going on a break shortly. We've got 3 more games to come today. We have Trelleborg versus Farming Friends coming up next, I believe, and then Vultra will be playing the winner of that. For now, though, I will see you in 3 minutes. Don't go anywhere. I think we lost track. Hello, welcome back. Yeah, that was possibly the wildest, weirdest, possibly the wildest, weirdest game we've had in this entire tournament. I missed it when the game started, but Trelleborg, Helm, sorry, selected 2 telehandlers. So they were running 1 tractor and 2 telehandlers. They were out there to completely disrupt what happened with Valtra. They managed to get 3 of the 4 combines, leaving Valtra with only the old Deutz, which was unusable for them for actually doing stuff. Such a crazy game. Absolutely mad. We are going to have the replays now for that for those 2 games that has sent Helm through to the final. And yeah, I'm interested in what you think of this, Copter.
Yeah, it was an interesting start, definitely. Unfortunately, I missed the last part of the game, but but now I'm back here. But I'm glad that you explained what happened there. And we actually played with the idea of the combines yesterday. It was more about the banning of them. But if you manage to actually secure most of them and just leave that one, as you mentioned, then for sure it's gonna cause a lot of trouble. For the opposing team, and this was the move from Wooler. I don't know how he did manage to pull that off, but the telehandler was jumping like at 3 meters in the air, which is something. I was imagining that if some of these moves which Wooler is showing, these could end up on your daily dose of internet if they would be done with a real tractor.
Absolutely, and we saw Helm actually doing some really good chucks into the top there. Their belt was so slow. You can see that one sitting there taking quite a while to get up there. And not everyone was successful, but most of them were, and they scored most of their points that way. I'm actually slightly surprised that Helm didn't go for the full 3 times multiplier and just throw everything in the top. The number of points they scored by bales actually being on the conveyor was a small percentage of their actual final score. So it would have made sense to me for them to have just thrown as much grain in as they could. There was no way Valtra could have countered that, and to then just go and score as many points as they liked with impunity. But we are heading into our next game. We've got Trelleborg Tires versus Farming Friends. Farming Friends, of course, causing the biggest upset of the weekend so far, knocking Lindner out in their previous game. Meanwhile, Trelleborg Tires are also taking out the other second place team, New Holland. So both these teams looking to go a lot further in this. And we're going to see which one of them is actually going to go forward and face Valtra momentarily as we enter the banning phase of this competition.
Yeah, Farming Friends, I mean, yeah, they won Lindner, so they kind of guarantee the 3rd place on the tournament already. And now let's see if they can do the same for Valtra as well, as we are kind of like, the team that's going to, well, yeah. Yeah, okay, it's not we're not that far away. Sorry, I went ahead. 1 match ahead. So yeah, Trelleborg Tires. So they haven't yet secured the 3rd place, but they have secured the 4th place. And that is something. So let's see the bans coming up. We have no ban from Trelleborg side at all. So let's see where this is going to be leading us. But yeah, I mean, Farming Friends, let's see if they can make some more upsets. That's all I'm saying currently. And then we'll see later what's going to happen. But yeah, I mean, all the teams we have just Trelleborg, Valtra, Farming Friends, and Helm remaining in this tournament. So all the other teams are now gone, and of course, Farming Friends coming from the lower bracket, and of course Trelleborg as well. So they kind of like need to, if they actually want to claim the highest throne of the tournament, then they have to win all these 3 teams on the remaining 3 matches. So that's the scoreline. But the same applies for the Trelleborg Tigers as well. I mean, while Helm as a winner of the upper bracket, they can just chill and wait who's going to be coming from the lower one anymore at this point. Anyways, so the telehandlers will be in play, as we can see on the bans. We saw that the Trelleborg kind of like skipped just one of them, didn't ban anything, and we haven't really seen anything. We have the lexicon. That's going to be banned by Farming Friends. But other than that, like no huge upsets on the bans. And why Trelleborg didn't ban something that's, I don't know. Do you know an answer for that, Alex?
I don't, because there are lots of things that don't cost any points to ban. So you might as well ban something. We've got an ideal combine nicely down the front. I think I saw the New Holland over the right hand side. We've got the John Deere over on this side here, and Lucky Lucko is heading straight for that, and he's been beaten to it. He's gonna run past the Deutz because that Deutz is of no use to anybody. Instead, he's gonna grab the Fent Ideal. It's a little bit closer for that first bale, so they might be able to catch up. And I think it's going to be pretty close between these two.
Okay, so here we go. Once again, we start putting the first bale together. That is what we are trying to do here. And let's see, Holland just getting away. And the clock is actually quite good. So all I'm saying is that we can actually get more than 140 on the first bale if everything goes according to the plan. This could be like a 144 maybe, pending from the toss, and it's going to be 145, even better. So definitely a great first bale for Trelleborg Tires. And now we'll see Farming Friends, like I said earlier, they have been pretty stable with the first bale. They haven't been hitting those 145s, but they have been hitting 130 something, usually quite steadily. This is going to be less than 130 though, and let's see if they want to take it safely as well, because they know that they cannot get like any huge points. So this will be like a 122 maybe. Yes, exactly. So the gap is 23 points, which is a quite big gap at this moment. But at least they didn't fail. No extra hassle. Getting something like a 109 or something would have been a whole lot worse deal than 122. So I think that getting it safe was the right choice at this point.
Krieger going to grab the direct delivery, which makes a lot of sense here, and using the bridges to his advantage so that he can easily get out and get back without having to jump through the ditch. Loiku is doing some good harvesting, as Hayden now is doing the same thing, but both bridges are up. So I'm actually kind of wondering, if you run across a bridge out of a vehicle, it must make the bridge raise, because nobody else has been driving across that bridge. So really interesting on that. Even running across the bridge makes the bridge go up.
Well, there we can see Trelleborg goes for the job. We don't see Farming Friends going for it at all. So I don't think that they have. Well, they maybe have some time still, but it doesn't really look like they were going to go for it. So let's wait for it, and then of course we go back on the fields just to get some grain done, and maybe later some bales pressed as well. So this is the usual moment of the game. The couple minutes which we have on the middle these days, which are, let's say, not quiet, but that we know what is usually happening at this point of the game.
I'm going to correct myself. I've just realised that Farming Friends have the bottleneck team perk, so that bridge was always raised. So yeah, I still don't know either one way or the other. We have a pretty full grain cart here for Farming Friends. They are heading up to the top road so that they can empty the combine here, fill the trailer up completely before they head to the sell point. Meanwhile, Hayden is coming in with a fairly full grain trailer, immediately tipping it here, hoping that the grain multiplier doesn't turn up at the 5.5 minute mark as he heads back out. And now we see Trelleborg nicely matching up with their grain trailer again, as Krieger comes in for Farming Friends. and is going to start dumping grain for them as well.
Yeah, and only 20 seconds for the second wave of the drops. So, but this is the thing we have seen like lately that a lot of the things they want to go for the initial delivery, and if a lot of the things will go for it, then kind of like they're not messing up with the grain multiplier if it's coming. So let's just wait and see, and just a couple of more seconds. We'll see what's going to be coming out of it. Trelleborg leading on the grain. The multiplier is the same. We have silo closed and bale multiplier. So silo closed definitely will be the one that they're going to use. That's what I'm expecting. Trelleborg meanwhile collecting more grain, so they have 10k more than farming friends, which is a big deal when they are having an equal multiplier at this point of the game. And Heiden's going to be waiting for the final moment because it's going maybe fill up the big hole, and that's going to be picked by the Trelleborg tire. So Silo Close has been picked. And then we'll just wait the same kind of a move coming from farming friends. They will have a slightly longer period, which is 95 seconds. So if they will wait until the final moment, that's of course what we are expecting here, then they can disrupt it. They have 15 seconds of time about to actually come and pick that up, and that will probably happen by Krieger, as we can see that he's approaching with the baler. Has still 10 seconds, so shouldn't be much of a problem to get away from that vehicle and pick the silo closed. And there we can see, he's running for it to have a couple of more extra seconds there, and that's a big difference. It's about 40 seconds of a difference currently, as the Trelleborg picked that so early, and that will give farming friends. I'm not gonna say advantage, but well, in a way, it's an advantage because you have more time then on the later game to play with the higher multiplier, of course. So yeah, this could be a very good for farming friends.
Yeah, farming friends have about 30 seconds to get themselves into position with bales ready to score points, and a trailer ready to empty. If they can then empty for about 40 seconds themselves, they'll be able to score at a much higher multiplier than they are likely to have at any point in the final part of this game. So they really want to be lining themselves up for this. And we can see Lucky Lucka arriving there at the perfect time, and more bales coming in. Yeah, definitely want to be scoring this right now. They've got 30 seconds where they're going to have a hugely increased multiplier over their opponents. And 24 points on that first bale. We're going to get 26 on the second by the looks of things. And possibly 26 on the third. I think that stack of bales, that is going to fall to the big hall as TAC is getting back into position, ready for when that reopens. It's opened, and now the multiplier starts going in the other way. But there is a very nice advantage there for farming friends. 100 points ahead. But not sure. No, in fact, they have no grain left, and Trelleborg tires do, as Trelleborg comes in with a Trelleborg toss. And immediately, all of that advantage that Farming Friends has disappeared.
Yeah, and the multiplier, I mean, as soon as farming friends will pour down the rest of the grain, the final multiplier is something like a 1.7 and 2.3 maybe. That's what I'm expecting. So in the end, Trelleborg tires, they will have a higher multiplier till the end of the game. But of course, farming friends, they did a good job by closing the gap, at least temporarily. But now the grain situation is a bit of a problem for them in the end game, as we have the final 2 minutes starting up. Trelleborg, they have a pretty slow belt, though. That's a problem, but that's going to change slightly when farming friends will decide to haul the rest of the grain. And Trelleborg has claimed the lead back, and they are now leading by 20 points because the grain is going down, so it's going to end up with 2.3 and 1.7, and that is the final. So 6 points more from each bale for Trelleborg, and that of course makes the whole situation for the farming friends quite complicated to close the gap, as they will score less points. But maybe they can somehow utilize the slightly faster belt speed, but it's not like a huge difference there. So we'll just have to wait and see what Trelleborg needs to do. That they just need to be very early with the bale. So if they want to catch those final points, let's say during the final 20 seconds from the second floor of the barn, then they just need to be on time with those bales, so they cannot like count on the fact that they will have some very late deliveries on the second floor. Of course, unless they're gonna toss them in, that's of course an option which they can do still. So with the telehandlers, maybe the belt speed is not that much of a problem even at the end game. But the farming friends, they're just 1 point away, so they're definitely fighting. They're trying to come back. We have 45 seconds to go. Lucky Luker will put something on the belt as they still have the time, and the belt speed is still faster for them, so those will definitely go in, and that one they can still also put inside as well. But yeah, 35 seconds to go, and Trell, they are also scoring some points meanwhile, even though we don't see it on the broadcast for the time being, but they are scoring some points. So the situation is very close, but the Trell, they definitely have the advantage from the multiplier.
Yeah, that multiplier is just managing to fend Farming Friends off at the moment. Trelleborg doing a great job of delivering their bales. This is still so close. Though. It's only like 4 points.
Oh, the toss from Loiko
in the lead. But no, Loiko comes in with a toss, and it's enough to win it for Trelleborg. That should not have been that close. Absolutely should not have been that close.
Yeah, I mean, without that final toss from Loiko, they could have even lost it. Of course, I mean, if he wouldn't have gone for the toss, they probably would have put that on the first floor, and I think they would have still made enough points to win it, even with the first floor, the ground floor of the barn. But still, it was very close, and they got 46 points from those two bales. So yeah, it would have been 431 without the toss, and then they would have lost it with 15 points. So yeah, they would have still won it with the ground floor as well. But still, a very close one, and completely right, Alex, on that one. It shouldn't have been that close, but it just means that the Farming Friends, they have been playing really well, as we have seen. That they have been able to eliminate so many opponents already, and they are not letting Trelleborg Tires to get away easily from this one either.
But Trelleborg only delivered 15 bales that whole game. That's nearly half as many as Helm normally deliver in a game. That is the lowest. That's the lowest number of bales we've seen win a match for as long as I can remember. As in this tournament, I don't think we've had 15 bales win a match all season so far. I'm not quite sure what went wrong for Trelleborg that they only did that many bales, and even Farming Friends only got 90. So I'm intrigued as to what happened there. That was such a low bale game.
Well, it's done. So Trelleborg Tires will win the first game, and of course, what's at stake here is to get on the final of the lower bracket, and the winner of this game is going to play versus Valtra, and then of course the winner of that match is going to play in the final, on the grand final, versus Helm. So that is what at stake, and kind of like winning this game is going to confirm the third place on this tournament. So the losing team is going to be getting the fourth place. And anyways, great job from both of the teams already making this far on the third and the fourth places, and then we'll see who has the chance of trying to challenge the Valtra in the later stages. But okay, the bans. We can see that the teams, they still want to keep the telehandlers in place, and there was a suggestion from Jos earlier about the name also for Farming Friends. So I guess that now every team who's going to make the toss, the people are already guessing the name. So it's going to be Friendly Fire. If they will toss those bales inside. So yeah, somebody has been playing Counter-Strike, it seems.
I think a team gets their own name for that throw when they successfully manage to get 3 bales to score from. That's a great way to go with that.
Yeah, I think I will just use the chat GPT to get those names now. Because I'm going to be running out of words at some point. So we'll see what the AI will come up with instead. So that's a different thing. Anyways, we can see New Hollands for both of the teams. John Deere's, Class Axion. So completely the same setup with the utilities and with the player perks as well. The team perks are different. So Farming Friends going to be playing with the Unstoppable, and Trelleborg Tires with the Bottleneck. So the big haul has been saved away from this one. So we'll see. Can Farming Friends, can they actually fight back the Trelleborg tires. But Trelleborg has been very convincing as well. Yes, they dropped the lower bracket, but since then they have been just winning every single game because they dropped here straight on the first round, if I remember correctly, at least in the very early stages of the tournament. And here on the lower bracket, they have been surviving
Battle for
and
the
winning
Massey
already
Baylor.
at least 4 matches. Yeah.
It's gone to Hayden.
Okay. So yeah, the battle of the paths. So we have the challenges, and this is looking very good for Trelleborg. I guess Farming Friends are not that far away either, as we can see 9:30, and this could be actually a very high first bale if they're going to succeed on throwing that in, because they are so close, and there was still a reasonable amount of time, and the first bale is going to be just about done for them, so they should be starting to travel towards the barn as we speak. Yes, here we can have it, and yeah, it's not going to be 150, but it could be like a 140. Oh, it's going to be a very high if he's going to toss that in. 148 maybe is going to be a possible here.
Yeah.
Yes, 148. That's a great start
Your
for Trelleborg
predictions for
Tires.
first bales are uncanny.
Yeah, we don't
I
need
can't
the
get
AI.
close.
Oh, it's just math. It's just math in the end, and but it's about like predicting the movement and the time. It's all about that. But the yeah, I don't know. Let's not worry about that. As long as I got them right, I'm happy. But you know, people make mistakes as well. We are all just human in the end.
A 116 for Krieger coming in there quite late. That's a 30-point difference on the first bale. That is a big deficit for Farming Friends to come back from. ChatGPT general pancake technology. Yep, that makes sense.
Definitely. I took the pancakes back in, by the way, during the last game. So now the pancakes are back in the refrigerator. I can enjoy them after the broadcast, which I prepared yesterday. But I had 2 of them during the broadcast. So, and I actually did manage to, you don't see that on the broadcast, but on my shirt, there's like a whipped cream on my sleeve. Because I did kind of like mess up a little bit with that one. And that's a different story. But yeah, you know, just like I said, we are all just human in the end. So mistakes happen with the pancakes as well. Anyway, so yeah, a huge gap difference, or the gap on the points. So 32 points of a difference after the first bales, and that's not the greatest start for Farming Friends, who try to catch up, but it will be complicated. We had the first drops as well. Nobody picked anything out of those, and now we are collecting the grain, and we'll see where we're going to end up with those. But the yeah, this is the usual time that I mentioned that we'll just follow for a while, and then we'll see. I think the Trelleborg is already heading towards the silo because we are closing 7 minutes on the clock, and they have 10k more. And that is not just because of they have been just more actively collecting it, but also not losing as much time with the first bale as the Farming Friends did.
And it's incredible. You see there with the overloaders that Trelleborg's overloader was full and Farming Friends was just about empty. There is such a big discrepancy in the grain at this point.
Excellent. Okay, so we do have an initial delivery from Trelleborg, and the belt has been stopped at the same time as we speak. Farming Friends, they have like a super fast belt. All the 6 knobs are white, which means that it's a very fast one. They can almost fly. But the worrying fact here is that if you look at the grain, so Trelleborg 2.7 multiplier, but they're only 3,000 liters behind on the grain collection. So even whatever happens next, as we don't have the big haul or anything like that, so their strategies collecting the grain should be pretty much the same. So what this means is that when we have the final deliveries of grain, either Farming Friends will have a hugely smaller multiplier, or they will have to spend some more time on the fields collecting the grain.
I think Farming Friends basically want to try and pull this back to maybe about 2.4, give a really slow belt to Trelleborg. They're not going to do it. They're going to pull it as close as they can. But Trelleborg at the moment have, as you said, that big advantage in the grain. They've got about 20,000 liters on what Farming Friends have. We've got a Bale multiplier at the moment. Ideally, Farming Friends need to be in position and need to be scoring points right now. They've still got grain coming in. That combine, they're going to be unloading that. But they need to score points. They are in a position right now where they don't have the advantage of waiting.
They should be doing it right now. Right now is the time.
Right now, absolutely.
Yeah, because I mean they have 2.3 now, and Trelleborg is not ready to unload yet. Okay, now they are. So that was the moment.
Oh, look at this!
The momentum has been lost, but yeah, I mean, yeah. So this would have been those like 20 seconds there would have been the time when Farming Friends could have been kind of like getting back from that first Bale loss in a way. But let's just wait and see how this is gonna play out. But in the end, Trelleborg will have a slight advantage with the multiplier, and now they're gonna be 2.0, so they're kind of like hiding that 18k still there somewhere. But it's gonna go down for sure at some point. And the Bale multiplier. Let's see, Loiko, he wants to go for the toss. So the Trelleborg toss is coming with the multiplier. That's gonna be like 90 points from this toss if he's gonna make that right, and it is gonna go in. Yep. It's gonna be 96 points for one toss. A huge amount. Look at this. There's like a different floors. There's like 4 bales in the telehandler for Lucky Luker, but he's not gonna toss those in. Could you toss those in? Could you make 4 bales in?
I think you could. I think you'd get all 4 of those in the top.
I'll give a challenge. So anybody who's listening this broadcast, if you'll send me a footage from the competitive game where you toss 4 bales, I will send my pancake recipe for you.
And another 3 and 37 points per bale here.
Yeah, because they still had the bale multiplier and they had been
points.
Yeah, I mean, they had been pouring more down, so they got the normal multiplier higher. And that's, what is that, like, that's like 111 points in total from one single toss. So that's a huge amount. Lord Baylor going to be taken by Loiko as well, so that's going to be also coming on the side of Trelleborg. We have less than 3 minutes to go, and it seems to me that Trelleborg is just doing everything right for the time being, and Farming Friends, they just can't catch a break at all.
Trelleborg are absolutely dominating here. I think this is the last 2.5 minutes of Farming Friends in this tournament, to be honest. There is quite a bit of dominance here from Trelleborg. Trelleborg were about 100 points ahead. They're now 80 points ahead. But that's mainly because Loiko is out there grabbing 3 more bales to toss in the top with a 2.3 multiplier. This is going to be another 60 odd points coming in here. No, in fact, that's going to be slightly over 70 points, isn't it? He's got a nice straight run up with this, lining himself up. We are going to follow these bales all the way into the top, and bam, there we go. 72 points. No, 73 points.
73 points. Okay, so yeah, I mean, we have a gap of 70 points about for the time being, but the Trelleborg is definitely leading on the count of bales. So yeah, let's see how these final moments will go. Those 4 bales, even though the belt is very slow, I think they should have the time to get them in, because you still have more than a minute, so it should be doable, definitely. And yeah. So the final minute starts, but I mean, everything is like on the side of Trelleborg, to be honest, because those bales on the belt. That's like, what is that? That's like, is that 6 bales or 8? Did I count it right? So that's gonna be a huge amount of points, which will just slowly go in. And Farming Friends, there's nothing they can do about it. Yeah, it's almost like you would have like a huge, like you're moving something like a very big on the road, and it will just go. It will just move. And we will see those 470 points. They're going to be just, yeah, there's going to be 8. Oh my God, it's going to be so much points coming from those. And they're going to toss something still in. and they almost
Oh, they've
hurt
not made it.
the
They
rest
got
of the
blocked
bales,
by
but it's
their
going to be
own
enough.
bales.
And yeah, the first two will
Yeah,
definitely go
look at
in. 10
this.
points from down
And those
below, and
last two should get in.
it's almost like points just pouring down, and they will still get about 46 points more from those two bales. They're going to end up with more than 700.
Yeah.
No,
Wow.
691, but really nicely done from Trell Tires. That is what I call a calculative play, because when you have that slow belt, you really need to get those bales early. And they did put those in when you still had like a minute time. So they were just slowly scrolling in.
Yeah, look at that. 25 bales. 10 more bales delivered by Trelleborg this time. Absolute dominance in that game the whole way through. Farming Friends, yeah, really did not have a chance against that onslaught. Trelleborg are impressive. Are so impressive at the moment. I'm absolutely loving their comeback. It's really good. Fantastic.
Yeah, it's I really like what I see here, but also I mean, Farming Friends, even though yes they didn't make it to the later parts, but they still had like a really good tournament so far. So I think they can be happy by reaching the 4th place in the tournament. I think that's the highest result they have gathered, and yeah, it's really nicely done from them. And now, of course, I mean, I'm very curious to see what's going to happen with the Trelleborg and Valtra, which is going to be the next game, and they will battle from the place in the grand final who's going to play versus Helm. But any opponent currently, they have to be very worried about Trelleborg because they are very strong. Anyways, we're going to be going for a short break, and then we have Trelleborg versus Valtra. So here we are, back. Final 2 matches remaining. We know who's going to be the top 3, and now the question is who's going to be making it all the way to the grand final to meet Helm. We had Trelleborg Tires, we had Farming Friends having an epic battle, if you can say, and Trelleborg Tires, of course, showing their skill and dropping Farming Friends out of it, and now it's going to be time for Trelleborg Tires to face Valtra, who just dropped finally down from the upper bracket to meet Trelleborg here on the lower bracket. Before we go to the next game, we're going to be watching the replays of the previous game. Maybe we'll see some of those fine moments which we saw there in the replays as well.
Yeah, it's going to be an interesting semi-final, this, with Valtra going up against Trelleborg. Trelleborg will leapfrog Valtra if they beat them in this game. Before that, though, we are going into the replays from the last game. We have Farming Friends versus Trelleborg here, and Lucky Laka just missing out on that John Deere combine, having to run all the way down to the bottom to grab the ideal. Some really good timing on the closing of the silos and being really disruptive. We still don't quite know why the first game had so few bales scored by both teams. There were only 15 bales for Trelleborg in for Trelleborg in the first game, and 19 for Farming Friends. And then the second game, just such an impressive score from Trelleborg. All of those tosses in the top, all of those points, and 25 bales scored in that second game. Really, really strong game from Trelleborg. We'll see if they can continue this through against Valtra and possibly Helm.
Yeah, I think Trelleborg they have a streak going on, so they have 5 won games in the lower bracket now in a row. So they really have a streak going on. But of course, Helm, I mean, okay, we're going way too far away. We're talking about Helm. Let's talk about Valtra. So they had a good streak on the upper bracket as well. And then they lost versus Helm. So we'll see. Will be definitely an interesting one to see. I do have a feeling, and I mean, I really hate to be that biased caster, but still, I really like Trelleborg Tires currently, how they are playing. I really like how they are playing these matches differently. It's not that they like execute the same strategy. They are kind of like, very well finding the gaps from the opponents, and maybe a bit of luck as well. I'm not going to say that, but still, I would say that they have a really good streak going on, and Valtra, they will have to really pull something together. And it's good to remember that both of these teams, they were dropped to the lower bracket by Helm. So Trelleborg lost to Helm yesterday, straight at the start. And it was a very close series, if you remember. And now when Valtra lost to Helm, I would say that it wasn't so close. So if you compare these teams by the performance versus Helm, I would say that the Trelleborg seems to be in a better shape than Valtra. We haven't seen these teams to face off on this tournament, so this is the first clash for these teams, and the only clash, actually. And based on what we have seen, how they play versus the other teams, I would say that the Trelleborg, they look stronger.
They do. Valtra have been playing very strongly. I mean, they made it all the way through to the semi-finals on the winners bracket, and that's the point at which they lost to Helm. So they've been fairly strong through this tournament, but based on the games that we've seen Trelleborg play today, Trelleborg are definitely the stronger team out of these two at the moment. So it'll be interesting to see if Valtra can bring back the winning ways that they had from yesterday, and get to face off against Helm in the final again, or whether it's going to be Trelleborg who are going up against them instead.
Yeah. Well, let's wait and see how this is going to play out in the end. And of course, I mean, Trelleborg was very strong with the first bales on the previous game. Valtra, yesterday, they had a couple of mistakes on the bridges, if you remember, with the first bale, so they have to be very careful. They cannot afford that kind of a mistake here. So I think that the most important thing is that they will get some steady points from the first bales as well. It doesn't matter if it's like a 148 or 138, so they don't have to take that extra bit of a risk But if they will go, let's say 120s, 109s, and Trelleborg does the usual, then they have to be worried. So let's wait and see. Big Hole gonna be chosen by Trelleborg tires and the bottleneck by Valtra. So we're gonna be playing with the different perks. We had the class Axion once again being banned, and this time by Valtra. So it definitely seems to be the case today. And the telehandlers, as we can see, they are back in the play.
Yeah, both teams going for the telehandlers. As we were saying, the higher part of the board at the moment of the circuit points, those teams seem to be much happier using the telehandlers at the moment. We of course have the big class combine out of play, which we seem to have seen that switch. So teams now at the top end of the circuit points are more likely to ban that class combine to even things out and prevent the other team getting that, and have kind of learned how to use the telehandlers to their advantage enough that it doesn't matter if the other team has a telehandler. So very interested to see how things are shaping up in the latter side of this season, because there's definitely a big change in tactics this
Mm. Okay, so there we go. We have the gates are open, and the players are running to the fields with eager. As we can see, Luca flipping the telehandler on the way, and that's gonna end up sideways. By the way, I guess you can recover that quite easily, but still, will cost a couple of seconds at the later point to actually get that back on its wheels. And we can see Loiko and Trelleborg already going for the first bale, and this is actually looking very good once again. So this first bale could be once again 140 something. Definitely it's gonna toss. It actually can be 150, 149. Yeah, 149 maybe is the case. Yeah, that's it. So very, very good one. A great start. Trelleborg Chargers really shining on these first bales. And where is Valtra? Let me see. Leno coming from the safer route, and he's going to be heading straight towards the barn. Doesn't seem to be tossing that in, so he's going to reverse it in, and that's going to be less than 130. It's going to be 129, so it's going to be 20 points of a difference here, and Trelleborg tires are immediately showing, well, where's the Dories?
Yeah, very good start there from Trelleborg. They're nicely ahead, and they've also nicely ahead on the harvesting as well. We got direct delivery and bridges lowered. I think if the teams do go for anything, they're going to go for that direct delivery. So we'll see if anybody goes out of their way enough to grab it. There's still another 40 odd seconds in which they can.
Okay, so the grain game, Trelleborg having about 5k more as well. So they are efficient on that area as well. So everything currently hints to the direction of Trelleborg. I mean, all these small things, they're not really things that are going to matter in the end game, but you know, everything is looking very good. Lennox going to go for the direct delivery. The same applies for Valtra as well. So both teams, they wanna harvest something right into the silo, and as we can see, the multipliers are not really changing. Well, they are, but in a way they are changing at the same time. Trelleborg started a little bit earlier, and that's why they are currently having the higher not the higher multiplier, but my higher multiplier as well. So that's why they kind of like have the lead on that sense for the time being. Let's see, Valtra and of course Trelleborg both are also doing the traditional grain collection. And in a minute or so, we'll see what are going to be the strategies for the initial grain delivery, if they're going to do so. And Trelleborg now playing with the big haul. And if you remember, last time they played with the big haul, they managed to do this trick that they ended up with a hugely bigger multiplier. They did manage to collect more grain, about 20,000 liters more. And interesting to see if they can actually pull the same off.
Yeah, there seems to be an extra bit of grain already there for Trelleborg. We of course can't actually see what those numbers are at the moment, but knowing how Trelleborg have been going, it is tending to be a larger amount more that they have. 51,000 litres for Trelleborg as they come to tip. And not tipping a massive amount there because, of course, they had a load that was tipped earlier. And they need to be into position in order to be as efficient as they have been. And they're already back up to 52,000 litres.
Yeah, I think for the Trelleborg tires, this is looking good. The smaller tip, as you mentioned, it was definitely the result of the direct delivery, where they were very efficient on that one already. So let's see. I think they should be. They're leading Valtra by 7,000 about, and they are already leading in the multiplier with the 2.3 multiplier. We have speed up and British rate, so nothing that's going to be in a way disturbing the grain game. I guess speed up is the one that they will maybe go for. That's what I'm expecting. And Loiko at the same time seems to be running towards the drops, I guess. Or we'll be picking something, but yeah, let's wait for a while. It will happen eventually if it's going to happen. 2 bales for the both of the teams, so the bale counts are the same. But yeah, 7,000 more for Trelleborg tires, and that should be giving them... it's going to be definitely 2.4 multiplier in the end. That's what I'm expecting, as they have 2.3, and it's just like a 1 pixel away from 2.4. So it should be 2.4 definitely for Trelleborg tires in the end after all the grain has been poured down. And that's going to make the whole situation for Valtra so much more complicated, because once again, Trelleborg tires will get 8 points more per bale. And that is a huge difference. Once again, we have seen that it's very hard to come back from that one, especially when you are already behind in the points.
I think Lennox needs to lift that lowered front weight. I don't know if he was doing that just as he got back in that tractor then, but going over the bridges and going over the safer route with that is going to cause problems. So he needs to make sure he either drops off that front weight or he lifts it up, because it's going to clip on all sorts of things and cause him issues. We now see a 2.8 to 1.2, and Lennox is over the bridge safely, and he has in fact lifted that front weight. Luca now trying to get back on his wheels. You talked about this earlier, and not quite there. He needs to turn his wheels and turn into it. Yeah, that way. Lift up your arm and turn that way.
Oh, so close.
He's flopping around.
It's almost like seeing a fish in the beach out of water, just trying to somehow survive.
What's that? Oh, rear wheel wheelie.
Oh, it's going to take definitely more than 2 seconds. Finally.
There we go.
Yay. Good job.
Yeah, there he goes. Back on his wheel.
Oh, he's almost like a winner already. So yeah, if he didn't win anything else, he won the battle with the telehandler. Telehandler versus the ground. It could be like a 2-hour-long Tom Hanks single-person movie easily. Meanwhile, Highland will go and pick Super Drop at the same time, and Trelleborg tires, they have been actually scoring some bales meanwhile as well, because they have 217 points already, and the final multipliers are in as well. 2.4 is the final multiplier for them, so it's going to be the 8 points per bale more.
Trelleborg have been doing this all today that we've seen them playing. Oh, not quite getting their Trelleborg toss in. But all today. Trelleborg have been doing that video. Oh! Just clipping the side.
I was waiting for the Valtra volley, but it didn't happen.
He was lined up very nicely for it.
Yeah, right I was so sure that we finally have a new team doing the maneuver there. And we can finally get a new name, but unfortunately it ended up with a disaster instead. Anyways, we can see Loiko, he didn't manage to do the maneuver either, so he did miss 2 of the bales out of 3. But yeah, meanwhile, the bales are still right next to the barn, so they can start operating the belt in a usual way. And Trelleborg is just trying to focus on getting those points in. And that is exactly what Loiko is doing. So he's going to leave all those crazy things with the telehandler, at least for the time being. Let's see what's going to happen during the final moments of the game. We can see Valtra also now finally getting some points, but of course getting those 8 points per bale less is it's not really optimal. We can say that.
No, and Trelleborg actually pulling out a sizable 120-point lead here as they go into the last minute. In fact, that lead is only increasing with every bale they deliver, even with Valtra also delivering bales at the same time. This is some very impressive play from Trelleborg. They've been doing impressive play all day, in fact. So they are coming up now with the last 40 seconds. That lead is continuing to increase for Trelleborg. They're now 150 points ahead of Valtra, and more bales coming in all the time.
Yeah, there's unfortunately, I would say that there's no coming back out of this situation for Valtra. It's only 20 seconds to go. There's no way they can get all the bales even inside, so they're going to have some amount of undelivered bales as well. And Trelleborg is looking really good. What I really would like to see at this moment is JK's laptop screen. That's what I would like to see at the moment, because I'm sure he's going to be making some notes about Trelleborg play. For the time being, Loiko goes for the toss, and none of them is going to go in. Yeah, but they will still win it.
Doesn't matter.
So they had the time, and they are happy.
But a great play there again from Trelleborg. Trelleborg absolutely on fire today, dominating every game they played. But again, a low bale number for both teams. Only 19 bales delivered for Trelleborg, 17 bales delivered for Valtra. Both teams, if whichever of them ends up going up against Helm, they are going to have to deliver more bales than that, because if they don't, Helm's just surge of bales at the end in that last sort of 30 seconds is going to stomp all over them.
Yeah, it's Trelleborg is definitely showing some. I would say that they are currently showing a bit of a dominance, at least here on the lower bracket. Let's see. Of course, I mean, Valtra, they still have a chance here, but I think Valtra, they really need to analyze what happened there in the end. I mean, of course, they missed the first bale, but I mean, and it wasn't that Trelleborg was completely flawless. I mean, they made mistake. There was a toss which didn't give any points for them. I think 2 of them actually, or I think they had 2 tosses, and in one of those tosses they didn't get any of the bales in, and in one of the tosses they got only 1 in. So that's going to be 5 bales not going on the second floor most probably. And then of course they also had the problem with the telehandler, which they were trying to recover for 15-20 seconds. So it wasn't like a flawless run. So it's not that, you know, Trelleborg is just excelling on everything. So that means that Valtra, they have to somehow, yeah, they somehow need to understand the what is actually happening here. No, it was actually Valtra who had the problem with the telehandler. Sorry.
We're heading into the batting phase of our second game here. This is a must-win for Valtra to stay in this tournament. And immediately we see Trelleborg banning the Fent. So that is the heavy tractor, and means that there's only 3 of them left. No, 4 of them left. Steyr is up there as well.
Okay, so Klaas is going to be banned. Lexion and Axion, both of them will be banned, and the telehandlers will stay in the play. And this is the time for Trelleborg when they can, if they want, they can actually guarantee their place on the grand final. Of course, Valtra, they are having their backs against the wall, and so they need to win 2 matches in a row if they want to go to the grand final. And of course, we'll come to the big phase. So we'll see the perks. Unstoppable versus bottleneck. So the big hole has been used from both of the sides, and that's how they're gonna play this down. And we do have a bit of a variation with the captain's picks. So we do have the new Holland on the other side and the John Deere on the other side. But other than that, it's pretty much pretty straightforward, I would say.
Both teams picking those telehandlers. Actually, interesting variation in Valtra picking the John Deere Combine instead of the New Holland. That is a slightly different tactic we've seen to other teams when faced with the ban of the class combine. And Vultra spending a lot of points to get that Vultra T 255 Versu with the Archimedes Plus Plus. That is the only 4-point pick tractor in the FSL. That costs a lot to get that tractor. So interesting choice for them from them there. Not quite sure why they've grabbed that.
Okay, so the second game, and we go once again. By the way, we haven't seen anybody crashing on the gates today or yesterday. I mean, we have had some tournaments where we have people constantly crashing on the gates, but here we haven't seen anybody crashing on the gates, which is something I would say not special, but yeah, something we don't see in every tournament. Anyways, let's see how the first bail. Lennox getting the bailer, which is actually in a pretty decent position for him. And yeah, we can see that the combine is still on its way. We can see Luca heading towards the field. So Valtra is getting their setups done. Will take a bit of a time. So I guess the spawning locations of the utilities are quite far away for both of the teams, at least for Valtra. I mean, of course, the spawning is the same, but I mean, who's going to be getting what? I want to see where Trelleborg is currently. Are they any closer? Maybe an X-ray would be nice to kind of like see the distance. Maybe we'll see that at some point. And let's see. But it's getting already closer to 9 minutes. Yeah. So Lennox is leaving, and we don't. Maybe Trelleborg is actually on the other side of the field, so I may have a completely different first.
I can see him coming in now. Trelleborg are about to score their first bail.
Okay. Yeah, there we go. Hayden 132.
Hayden with a 132.
Yeah, Lennox will be later, definitely. And let's see. The gap will be once again. It's gonna be maybe a 15 points of a difference, depending how Lennox will handle this. He wants to reverse that in, so it will be actually about 20 points. Okay,
yeah,
not 20, but 16. And yeah, it's once again Trelleborg winning the first bail. Okay, so we go back on the field. Let's see what's going to be on the drops there. Ridge is lower, Tracy Tool. Yeah, we'll see if anybody's gonna pick anything. We can see Lennox. He's not like caring at all. He just I'm just gonna go from here. It's like yeah, he just wants to get back on his job. He's gonna be thinking about the fancy things that he might be picking on the way.
It's not even worth Lennox jumping out of his tractor for the momentary.
Yeah, I don't care.
The word escapes me. Yeah, for the momentary delay that would cause. He needs to get back on track, and you can see with this side by side just how far ahead Trelleborg is at this point. And this is part of the reason why they have such grain dominance. They are so much further ahead. That grain cart for Trelleborg is full. The grain cart for Valtra is almost empty. And that is the difference between these two teams.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, Trelleborg is once again doing a great job with the grain. So they are leading by 5K. No big haul in play. And if everything goes as it has been, I'm imagining that they will do a small initial delivery before the 5.5 minute mark. Valtra will be definitely heading here. So let's see. Yeah, they will go for the initial delivery. And we can see Trelleborg actually, Hayden will be doing the initial delivery. And Valtra hasn't yet entered here. And that's actually, how much are they going to pour it down? 2 point, oh, that's a big one actually. But this has been working for them very nicely. And I think this is something that I'm really eager to see if they actually play versus Helm in the grand final. I know that I'm going ahead of things. But I'm so sure that JK has been scratching his head for the past couple of hours. Okay, not maybe scratching the head, but let's say the brains have been thinking. And I want to see, because this Trelleborg's initial delivery has been, in a way, the key to many victories. And so I want to see how Helm is going to be playing against it. That's all I'm saying.
There's a good 7,000 extra liters there for Trelleborg. Which is an incredible. I think that would be less going against someone like Helm, because Helm are going to do very fast first bales and therefore are going to be out there collecting grain as quickly as Trelleborg would be. We've got speed up and bale multiplier, and we've got 54 seconds left on the clock to select those. Lennox is now getting into position. Seems to have got himself jammed between the tractor and the sell point.
Yeah. Okay, so yeah, 5 minutes to go. And the drops are still there, so nobody has been picking anything up. Maybe the speed up is something that they eventually might take. We'll see.
Only 20 seconds left.
Yeah, no, it's going to be the grain multiplier for sure. What am I saying here? So I'll bale multiplier. And now we can see the unloading happening. And yeah, the bale multiplier is going to be picked. And let's see what's the thing here.
Ultra have missed it. So no bale multiplier for Ultra, and Hayden getting stuck on the bridge.
Yeah, we can see a lot of curious things to happen here as we speak. But it is what it is. But yeah, Trelleborg is very nicely. I mean, they already have a slight advantage on the multiplier, and they still have like 15k. But the Valtra actually has been collecting some more, so they are now topping it. But the question is how much time they still have to deliver it, and what's going to happen with the bale multiplier. Loiko's going to go for the toss, and that's going to be a huge one, by the way, if he's going to make that all the way in. And that's going to be 36 points per bale. They are spinning! They are spinning! What's going to happen? One is going to drop down. The second one is going to drop down as well. Only 36. It's going to stay there for a time being. But eventually it's going to drop for sure. And there we go. It would have been 108.
Points.
Yeah, it would have been a huge amount of points. But well, this time it didn't have 110. Okay, I'm not going to start calculating it right now. But anyways, huge amount of points were there. But they did manage to at least score one with the bale multiplier, if nothing else.
Oh, and Lennox cutting Luca off. And, causing Luca to have to make some emergency changes of position. Lord Baylor of 2 bales.
Yeah, Valtroy's delivering now, and the final, it's going to be 2.0. I was really expecting that they will have a slight advantage there, but in the end, they will just put things even. So the Trelleborg's 100-point lead, it's going to stay as a 100-point lead, at least for the time being. So the multiplier's not going to be hitting it. We can see Valtra having 3 bales more, 2.5 minutes to go. So now there is, I would say that Valtra, they have to put like all in, as in poker terms, all in. And you have to be perfect with everything what you do. You cannot afford a single mistake. So if you really want to win this one, you have to get all the bales in. And you have to do it very smoothly. And maybe having a bit of a bad luck for Trelleborg at the same time as well. Okay, not bad luck, but let's say that they should do a small mistake or something like that. Because otherwise it's going to be very, very hard for Valtra to anyhow come back. Because the final 2 minutes are starting. Trelleborg is leading with the bales with the 3. And the point difference also about 50 points more. So for Valtra, I mean, there's nothing really against them except the points. The multipliers, the amount of bales, everything is pretty much how it should be. But they just now need to deliver more. So it's all about the crunching, the final bales. And Luca will be not going for the toss, placing the bales on the belt as he should do, taking it carefully. We can see at the same time Trelleborg is also doing the same job, but they are putting 2 bales at the time, as Valtra will be just placing 1 bale at the time, and that's going to be costing time. So they need to have more stacks of bales, not single bales lying around. They need to have ready-made stacks for the stacker to put them on the belt to be able to score multiple bales at the same time. But they are closing, but then at the same time Trelleborg is getting away, and they are also scoring the bales. So the gap of points is staying about the same. 10, 11 bales remaining for both of the teams, and the final minute is just about to start.
And the speed on that belt is allowing Valtra to score quickly when they have the bales here. The trouble they have at the moment is they do not have the bales. They're not getting back quick enough. Lennox bringing in another 5 bales here. But even this, he could have fit another bale on the front here. They would have had 6 bales coming in instead of just 5. And they need to be doing things like that in order to get this or get a win against Trelleborg like this. It's still 100 points ahead for Trelleborg. Voltra do not seem to be closing this gap, even though they have that faster belt, and it is purely down to a lack of bales. There's going to be another 60 points from the bales coming in now. Beloiko coming in and scoring 40 points, and it's gone to Trelleborg in the second game.
Yeah, so there we had it. Trelleborg, they will go to the grand final and face Helm. So in the end, Valtra, unfortunately, they will have to settle down with the 3rd place in the tournament. And we do have our teams for the grand final of the Farming Simulator League offline tournament here in Cactus in Leipzig. And that's going to be Trelleborg Tires versus Helm. And this is the same set of teams which we actually had on the first round. Helm is the one that dropped down Trelleborg Tires on the lower bracket, and it's going to be time for a rematch. Maybe a time for a bit of a revenge.
Yeah, absolutely. Trelleborg been very dominant in the matches they played today. I don't know if they can repeat that against Helm. It will be interesting to see. It is going to be one hell of a final because both teams are on top form today. We're going to have a 5-minute break in a minute. Before we get into the final, it's going to be one not to miss. Make sure you don't go anywhere because we won't be going anywhere. We are going to I'm absolutely looking forward to this. So we will see you shortly. For now, don't go anywhere. We'll see you in 5 minutes. See you in a bit. Hello and welcome back to what is the final of the 7th tournament of the Farming Simulator League's 5th season, coming to you live from Cactus in Leipzig in Germany. And Copter and I think we're both really looking forward to this final.
Yeah, I think there's a lot of great elements on this final. Of course, I mean, couple points that I want to highlight here is, first of all, Helm has stayed on the upper bracket during the whole tournament, which hasn't happened for a while. So that is something. It's telling something about Helm's, performance in this tournament. Then we have Trell Tires, who lost to Helm on the first round, and they have been just breezing through the lower bracket, just basically killing everybody from their way to reach the final with a very, very strong performance. So we do have two teams who have been doing absolutely well. And then it's also kind of a rematch of the first game we saw yesterday between these teams. So there's a lot of elements, and I'm really excited to see how this is gonna play out in the end, as the both teams, they seem so strong. I did message JK during the last game and just tried to get any kind of reaction about the Trellebox gameplay, but he didn't reply. He just went offline immediately. So I'm pretty sure that they will have something interesting on their sleeves. He was green on Discord, but then he went gray.
This is the thing. I think my only worry for Trelleborg going through this into this last game is that they had two games coming into this final where they had very low bail counts, bail numbers that they run with. And we know that Helm traditionally in the last sort of minute to 30 seconds suddenly start bringing in a large number of bales. They're very good at doing that, and it's why they run the two front loader tractor or front loader tractor and telehandler setups on there, so that they can get with some of their stuff as many as 6 bales back at one time and get them there to be scored. So it will be very interesting to see if Trelleborg can up the number of bales they're scoring with, because we've seen it when they do get up to sort of that 25, 26 bale mark, they are scoring it with an increased multiplier. So I am intrigued now to see if they can match Helm. And JK, very much knowing that you're messaging him, hiding his tactics and hiding the tactics of Helm away from the cameras.
Yeah, he closed the laptop immediately when he saw that he was on the cameras. There's one thing about Trelleborg that I kind of want to highlight there, that you spoke about the bail counts. But even with these small bail counts, low bail count games, they have been winning it. And to me, it seems that Trelleborg, I mean, we haven't seen this like a 200-point victories as Helm, kind of they want to show off a little bit always. But I think Trelleborg, they will just do what is needed. So if the opponent is playing a low bail count game, they will go for the same in a way that they don't have that need to kind of win it with 200 points. So I don't know, maybe I might be wrong, but I do have this feeling that as Helm, they deliver a lot of bales. I think Trelleborg, they are capable of doing it, but they just don't do it when the opponent is not doing it. So let's wait and see. The telehandlers will be in the play, by the way, immediately. So that is something that we can see, as the bans are not going towards them. So I really like this already. And it's good to remember, it's grand final, best of 5, meaning that Helm, who came from the upper bracket, they do have a game advantage already. So it's kind of like a 1-0 scoreline for Helm, because they're coming from the upper bracket. So to win this one, Helm needs to win 2 of the matches and Trelleborg needs to win 3 of the matches. So there's a slight advantage to Helm, of course, and that is the format we have seen here on the FSL during this season. So let's see how this is going to play out in the end. But grand final time, and we can see the perks as well. So we're going to go with the big haul on the both sides.
I am kind of a small part of me is really hoping that, being one game up in this final already, because they've come from the upper bracket, Helm are going to choose chaos again. That was absolutely amazing to watch when they went with 2 telehandlers and just went for absolute chaos. They are going for the JCB along with the New Holland telehandler, though. So we're expecting a bit more of a traditional game here. And Hayden has gone for the quick start rather than the under pressure. So he's looking to change vehicles a few times and make sure that he can move fast when he does.
And there we go, the gates are open. Loiko having a bit of a slow start there. Didn't do the circles in a perfect synchronization with the others, but anyways, it's going to be a big of a deal. We can see Hayden going for the Baylor, we can see Wooler getting the combine, the John Deere one. And so everybody seems to be getting what they are hoping for. I don't know where Loiko was planning to go, but he had a slow start, so that might be backfiring a little bit. But the Hayden is here still getting a Baylor. And we'll be getting the class one. I don't know if that was to be intended or not, but anyways, he's going to claim that one. So all the teams will be going to make the first bail. Loiko, yeah, he's having a decent start with the combine. Hayden will be just following, and let's see who's going to be delivering. I mean, Trell has been really strong with the first bail, so they will definitely bring a good opponent to Helm, because they have been also from time to time being very good with the first bails. We can see Hayden already getting behind the combine away, going to be heading on the bridge because the X-ray vision is going to be almost neck to neck. Martin, will he make the mistake? Will he get that in? 140, 139. It's going to be just 1 point of a difference with the first bail, and the guys are heading back to the fields. And let's get the show started.
Wow! 1 point between them, both in on the same bridge, out on the same bridge. That was almost just completely synchronized from both teams. What a great start to this final. It's going to be so close. And of course, the important thing here is that Trelleborg now are not out there getting their grain any quicker than Helm was. The advantage they had before that was giving them extra grain over their opponents is not there this time, and we fully expected this into the final, going into the final against each other.
What's going on here?
And in fact, both teams going in to go and grab the direct delivery in the trucks, not waiting and going out on different bridges.
You don't see the big hole on this side of the bridges that often, to be honest.
No.
I would have loved to see it going from the safer route, because I don't think that I have ever seen that to happen. But I can understand how that he wants to take the faster way, getting away from there, as the bridge was in a position that's going to be, in a way, better for when you think about the clock. Anyways, meanwhile, the grain collection, and it's pretty even. So 29,000 for both of them. So there is no huge advantage, like you said it, Alex. No advantage at all. So these teams are definitely going to be playing neck to neck. And I would say that we have to be watching even for the smallest mistakes to find the differences from these teams. So I would say that, one small mistake, it could be like just one bail from the toss that's going to be not going in, for example. It can be the difference in the end.
It does feel a little bit like Helm are a bit out of place with where they were unloading then. I mean, they were slightly slower than Trelleborg were, and as a result, Trelleborg are heading to the sell point before Helm are. But Helm do seem to have about 500 litres more.
Yeah, let's see. Yeah, they have a different place for the big hole currently, yes. They also went on the other side of the bridges, which I don't think that Trelleborg tires did at all. So we do have the initial delivery coming for the Trelleborg. We can see Martin doing the same as well. And yeah, he's got to go and pull that down as well. So let's see how far he wants to take the multiplier. He doesn't want to pull that down at all. So he's got to just leave it there. Will not go for the initial delivery. So the big hole is ready and loaded. And yeah, that's all done. We can see at the same time as Hayden will go back on the field. It's going to be filling that big hole with more grain. And of course, now the grain counters are a little bit messed up as there's no delivery from the Helm side of things at all. Only 10 seconds when we do get the the second batch of the drops coming down, and then we'll see, will there be some kind of, for example, the grain multiplier would be something once again, and it's gonna be the grain multiplier. So now I'm questioning, did Trelleborg actually make a small mistake with the initial delivery? There's also silo closed, by the way, so you have to make a very, very tough decision. What do you actually want to use here?
It's 90 seconds for both. I honestly can't see either team taking the risk of getting that grain multiplier. And certainly, I think, I absolutely think that Trelleborg will close the silo rather than go for the grain multiplier. But they need to do it quick.
Yeah, I mean, for Trelleborg, it makes sense for sure. But then, let's see. I mean, I'm curious to see. Maybe they will go for it. And in a way, yeah, Wooler seems to be going for the silo closed as well, doing a bit of a moonwalking around it. Going to be wannabe Michael Jackson here for a while. And yeah, but in a way, the initial delivery which Trelleborg made, I was worried that it's going to be backfiring on them as there was the grain multiply. But now, as both of the things will go with the silo closed, it actually means that Trelleborg has a time to deliver something if they want. They have 4 bales. And they could take the advantage of the multiplier for the time being. But also good to know that Helm has been pressing some bales, so they have 4 more bales currently than Trelleborg.
I think if I'd been Helm there, with knowing that the silo close had been picked and seeing that there was an amount of time available, I mean, the teams can't see how long the other team's perk lasts for. But I would have been very tempted actually to have taken the grain multiplier, loaded up my trailer as much possible. They've got the big haul, so they will be able to empty that big haul completely in 15 seconds and to have the grain multiplier on the big haul. And that would have just given them a massive advantage.
Ooh. Yeah, Martin was bringing a lot of bales here. We saw that he had the baler and he's going to get that away. So that's going to be costing 10 points. So that's I will call that as a small mistake at this point. So there's something. It's a very small one, but it's still something. And now we can see the silos are opening back again. We can see Hellman loading it up to 2.9. Trelleborg silos going to open in a matter of seconds as well. And Talk will be ready and he's going to pour that in. So let's see. Helm had about 15,000 liters more of the grain. So for now, yeah, I think it's going to be pretty even. So 2.0, maybe we can see 20 bale points coming up at the same time as we can see toss coming from Loiko, and he's going to get that in. So 225. We can see Wooler tossing in as well, and he's going to be getting those points as well. The gap is now 15 points in the behalf of Trelleborg Tires. So both of the teams are doing exactly the same things as we speak, and the multipliers are the final 2.0. Exactly the same belt speed for both of the teams as well as Wooler placing the bales on the belt. What's happening at the Trelleborg side, that we will see in a matter of seconds as the final 2 minutes are once again starting and the teams are almost neck to neck. But that 5 points of a difference there, it is something that I'm really curious about, because then it means that the the final points are not going to change anymore. That 5 point of a difference is going to stay there in the end as the final last digit, and Loiko will go for the toss, and that is something that you cannot afford at this stage at all. You cannot afford to miss those tosses, because every individual point is going to count.
And this is the thing, they cannot miss that, and it's really, really close at the moment. Amazingly, there were more bales a moment ago for Trelleborg than there were for Helm, but Helm now are ahead in the bales without Trelleborg having scored any points. This is not looking good for Trelleborg now. Helm doing what they do so well, pressing as many bales as they can in the last 2 minutes, delivering them in the last minute to half a minute. And Trelleborg now looking a little bit like they're in trouble because they're behind in the points, or they were behind in the points. They are definitely behind in the bales.
Yeah, let's see. It's going to be getting close to final minute starts, and Martin having a bit of an odd angle for that one bale. Let's see how he is going to be resolving that, what he needs to do about it, because if Wooler at the same time also putting the bales on the belt, Martin is coming up. He's going to drop them down. He's going to be having more bales even in the baler. Trelleborg is still leading in the points. barely. So we'll see. But the bale count is definitely advantage for Helm. So let's see how this goes. Wooler placing the bale set. There's going to be 1, there's going to be 2 coming up. So that's going to be 60 points. Martin's going to be ready with the next batch of bales, and Beatmaster is coming even with more bales. So this is very efficient. Trellebok leading by 5 points. Only going to be putting something on the first floor as well. 3 bales remaining, 15 seconds to go. And this is not looking good for Trellebok as they only have a couple bales remaining. And what's going to be happening at the Helm side? So close. Trellebok, they are leading by 15 points, but now the final bales are coming up and there's no more bales for Trellebok. So it's going to be Helm who's going to win this with those final bales. They're able to press and deliver. And these guys, oh boy, they are happy.
Yeah, exactly. Helm doing what Helm do so well. Getting that 2 loading or 2 loader setup, having having a loader tractor on a baler, bringing in 6 bales at a time, and it just allows them to score so much in the end. 3 more bales brought in and scored by Helm there is exactly what happens on a regular basis. They outbail teams, and Trelleborg only getting 20 bales in, which on a normal match would be enough to do it. Against Helm, that is not enough. You've got to be getting 23, 24, 25 bales in order to beat them.
Outbailed them. That's a good term. I like that, to be honest. It's not outplayed, but it's outbailed. Yeah, I mean, that is exactly what Helm does so well during the final minute, that they will... I mean, we saw how many bales they were delivering around the belt. So without those, I mean, if they would have had exactly the same amount of bales at the end, then for sure, I mean, Trellebok would have won it. But those extra bales which they brought there during the final 20, 25 seconds, and then they still managed to get them even on the first floor, that gave the points needed for the victory. And now it's going to be 2-0 for Helm, and they are just 1 win away from winning this tournament. And Trellebok, they now have their backs against the wall. They have been doing this for the other teams during the whole tournament, more or less, and now it's going to be their time to prove themselves, to fight back, to somehow show Helm that they still have what it takes.
And this is the thing. It's got to be Trelleborg pulling it out now, and they need to concentrate on getting those bales back. I've said it many times over the last few tournaments. I do not understand when teams are going for 2 heavy tractors and 1 loading vehicle. So either a telehandler or a loading tractor. Because Helm shows so effectively why having 2 loading pieces of equipment is so powerful. The ability to get 6 bales back in those closing minutes rather than just 3 is what wins Helm games again and again and again. And it's the one thing that seems to separate Helm from other teams. Is that last minute to half a minute getting all of those bales back.
Yeah, let's see. Okay, so we do have the bottleneck versus bottleneck. So we go with same perks once again. And the telehandlers once again in the play. So nothing that's surprising there. And the first bale. I mean, both teams, they got a pretty even first bale. But for either of the team, it wasn't the perfect one. So let's see if there's going to be any improvement. What's going to be the difference between after the first bale? And yeah, the stage is being set. Yep. Sure.
And Trelleborg going for 2 large tractors. They are going to have to be well ahead before that last 30 seconds there in order to weather this, because Helm can now get 3 more bales back in that last minute than Trelleborg can. Oh, and Loco hits the barrier on the way out. Thankfully, I don't think he's actually going to be fighting for that combine.
Okay, so we, yeah, Heiden's got to get that one straight. Well, I mean, Helm was of course trying to challenge that as well. And the let's see, Martin is here with the Baylor. They are not in the closest edge of the field, but I guess it's the same also for Trelleborg, and Heiden is actually up. Yeah, it seems to be that Trelleborg is actually slightly slower, even with the start. So I think that Helm is actually further away. Yes, we can see that Wooler's already getting away, so he's leaving. Martin is leaving Wooler here with the combine, and he is starting the journey with the bale towards the barn. And he's going to be pretty soon on the bridges already. And Hayden is still this far away. So this is, I would say, like a gap of at least 10 points. Of course, there's no mistakes happening. So Helm is looking very strong here. Let's see, Martin's going to be crossing that bridge. And the for sure is 135 maybe? 134. So that's still a good start. And for Trelleborg, I'm expecting that this is going to be 124 or something like that, pending, of course, when we see. Yeah, he's going to be coming in. It's going to be even less than that. So 120, maybe 119 or something like that, 118 maybe even. He's going to reverse that in, so 115, I would say. Then 117, but that's a gap of 17 points. And that is, I would say, maybe a slightly too much, at least for my liking.
Yeah, that also speaks to a slower start for Trelleborg as well. And you can see that reflected in the grain game right now. There is nearly 5,000 litres difference in the grain between both teams. So that is not great for Trelleborg. Immediately on the back foot with both the first bale and their amount of grain. They've got a lot of catching up to do if they're going to get themselves far enough ahead to weather that storm that Helm likes to unleash in the last minute. And in fact, Helm are a little bit out of place as well. Their combines are having to wait for them to be in the right position. And that's part of the downside of using those New Holland combines. They have a slightly smaller grain tank than the John Deere. And as a result, unable to go for quite as long as the John Deere.
Okay, so back in the back on the grinding the fields, and the let's see, the grain collection. The initial deliveries are starting up as well. So Helm is definitely heading towards the silo. Trelleborg is slightly behind with it. And I could swear that on Martin's tractor we can see the JK's PowerPoint/Excel/Google Sheet calculations on the screen already. Maybe that's the Android Auto which they have there, or the Android tractor on that screen. Anyway, let's see. Martin will not start unloading anything, so he will just leave it there to be ready for whatever kind of a setup they're going to be building up. And Trelleborg will also continue collecting the grain, but at the same time, Hayden just moving towards the silo once again. And we can hopefully see the comparisons on the grains at some point, but about 47,000 for Trelleborg at this point. But I would imagine that they're pretty much even, maybe at Trelleborg slightly behind. Yeah, about 5k behind actually. So not just slightly. 5k is almost enough to for a 0.1 multiplier change.
Yeah, it should put the advantage into Helm's hands ever so slightly. But to be perfectly honest, that's not good news for Trelleborg at all. They are pretty much on the back foot the whole way round this. And having the multiplier against them along with everything else at the moment is not good.
Yeah, 2.5. Yeah, I'm just trying to calculate. We do have the drops as well. We have Bale multiplier and something else, which we'll see. Yeah, Crazy Tool. So for sure it's going to be Bale multiplier at this point. And only Helm has any Bales pressed. So the Trelleborg is not really in a position to use the Bale multiplier. They have to be very fast, pressing the Bales right now and then picking the Bale multiplier in the final second when it's available. And then they can maybe do something about it. But that's going to be kind of like altering their plan. And the Helm is going to be unloading the grain at the same time. And what I did see on the grain count, so I think that the Trelleborg, they had been collecting some more. So if I saw completely right earlier, I would imagine that Trelleborg actually might have a sort of advantage on the grain. But let's not go that far away yet. We'll see that later. I might be completely wrong as well. Meanwhile, Martin's going to be circling around the drops, and you have to pick them up. And there we go. The bale multiplier is going to be picked by both of the teams about the same time. 1.7 multiplier for Trelleborg, and now they have been starting to press the bales as well. They have 3, and Helm has 10. For sure, you cannot use that multiplier for all of them. But let's say that in an optimal situation, you would be able to score at least 5 bales with that multiplier.
This is not looking good for Trelleborg at the moment. They're gonna manage to put the multiplier back in their favor. Actually, at this crucial moment, it's gonna make Helm think twice about scoring, unless Helm can actually deliver some more grain. Helm have the grain to deliver, but doesn't seem like anybody's there. And Loiko is going in for the multiplier with a toss and scores all 3 of them at 39 points. That is nearly 120 points in one go. That's really, really useful for Trelleborg. And Trelleborg are now holding Helm's multiplier, so they're not going to score quite as well. They're going to score 27 on each and only score 2 of them. So that's not great for Helm. Helm now have got it to 2.0 to 2.0. And Wooler making an uncharacteristic mistake with both of those bales falling off. This has suddenly taken a bit of a turn back towards Trelleborg, as the grain game has evened up, and Trelleborg have scored a large amount of points with that bale multiplier, putting them, well, at the time, 100 points ahead, and now withering one of Helm's bales. They need to score all these bales they've got and get more in, because right now, Helm are looking a little bit in trouble.
Yeah, a little bit, but they still have 5 more bales, which is 100 points. And with the efficiency they have, if they can deliver those as they usually can, then in the end they will change it. And Wolf's going to be dropping on the water, but that's going to be planned, so he just wants to get on the other side faster. Loiko has all these bales positioned so that for sure he cannot toss them in, all 3 of them, so he needs to go and position them on the belt. And suddenly Helm is just 36 points behind at that point. So we'll see how the recovery maybe for Helm is going to be happening from here as we start the final 2 minutes. Loiko getting 3 bales on that belt, and that's going to be 60 points, so there's no bale multipliers anymore, and the multiplier as a whole is 2.0 for both of them, so nobody has the advantage, and that in a way will put the game to the situation where the efficiency exactly during these final minutes or seconds, it is the key. And let's see if Wooler tries to go. He takes this kind of a route that it might be indicating that there's a pass incoming, and Wooler will go, and he's going to be running, and all the 3 bales, they will go inside. That's how you do it with style, but they are still 56 points behind Loiko. I mean, he's working like a madman here with all the bales. Martin going on the other side, and Wooler just stacking more and more and more bales. The belt speed, by the way, is the same for both of the teams as well.
This is some fantastic play here by Trelleborg. They are managing, even with the disadvantage they've got on the number of bales they can bring back, they've managed to keep this distance between them and Helm really effectively. And with only 40 seconds left, it's getting close.
I'm scared. I'm really
Helm
scared.
Are back in the lead.
Yeah, I'm really scared about the situation.
Are bringing bales in. They have more bales.
And we got 25
seconds left, and Trelleborg somehow are holding on to this lead as Helm bring 3 more bales in. That is 60 points. That'd be a 600-point game if they got them all in on the top. And the bales are there once again for Helm. Helm scoring those important points, going into the lead. 4 seconds to go, and it looks like it's going to be Helm taking the tournament, and it is. Helm are once again the tournament champions for the Farming Simulator League.
they will take it with style. I mean, somebody on the chat said that they have some issues holding the blood pressure, and it's the same here as well. They did it so well, and I mean, it looked like Trelleborg had the advantage there. They were still leading, but then once again, the
25
Helm's final second performance came in, and they just, I don't know. I mean, if JK and Martin and Wooler and Beatmaster, if they would not be playing this game, they would be magicians because they would be pulling the bales out of their hats.
It's that extra front loader tractor. It's you work out exactly how much time bringing 6 bales in a time over bringing 3 in and having to go back out to get the next 3, and it adds up to the extra bales. 5 extra bales they delivered over Trelleborg, and I will be amazed if teams aren't starting to pick that second front loader tractor, because it is so powerful. It allows Helm to dominate the league all the time, and I'm amazed more teams aren't doing it. I really am.
Yeah, nice job. I mean, and I mean, JK wasn't playing on this tournament. He was playing on the last tournament, and I mean, with that white shirt, he could be easily like a sales guy for Helm. I mean, he has all the elements of presenting the company. So I can imagine that even if he's not going to be building a career on the Farming Simulator League, he could be easily building a career as the sales director of Helm.
And here we go, the medals once again for Helm for coming first in this tournament. Velden did point out something very important. 16-point difference at the end of that game. That was the first bale. So, yeah, the first bale did lose that for Trelleborg. And here we go. Helm once again taking it. 4,250 euros for their first place.
Yeah, that's a nice prize. That's why you come to Leipzig. That's why you come to Cactus to claim the prize. Of course, the other teams, they did want some money as well. The total prize pool was 15,000 euros. So, of course, that is just a part of the winner, but all the teams on the top 8 actually get some money. So it's not just the winner claiming it. But yeah, well done. And I think that they do get some gaming chairs as well. And the count of the gaming chairs on these guys is pretty high already. I think we were calculating last year that they had something about 30 chairs already. So they can easily arrange their own LAN event. They just need the pieces, but the chairs they definitely have.
We've got a replay of the final games. Two absolutely fantastic games. Trelleborg playing really, really well. It just come down to that huge rain of bales that Helm are able to produce at the end. Having the big hauls going in on the island is something that we don't see very often. Some fantastic tosses, although that wasn't one of them, from Loiko to keep Trelleborg in it at a lot of times. Seems to be a lot of crashing and issues. And Loiko just making it across that bridge then. And then we've got a nice, beautiful, successful toss for 118 points. 2 27s there from Muller. This is what we love to see. This is why we love to see the telehandlers back in use in the FSL.
Yeah, it's very lovely to see us. We have the telehandlers now more, not dominating, but I would say that they are definitely a bigger part of the game as the kind of like, I don't know, maybe there was like some kind of a campaign with the hashtag free telehandlers or something like that going on, and they definitely have been freed. But the from my behalf, definitely a huge thanks for everybody who was watching the broadcast. We had a great time here at the Cactus in Leipzig. And of course, the Farming Simulator League will be back with the next event in May. So make sure to check the FSL.giantsoftware.com, see the schedules. And here we can see the circuit points as well updated, as Helm is leading by almost by 300 points before Lindner.
Trelleborg moving up as well into 4th place. My Insanity dropping down to 6th. We are back on the 25th and 26th for our 3rd online tournament. final tournament of the season before the grand final at FarmCon on the 5th and 6th of July. We hope we'll see you there for both of those. Goodbye from me right now, and I will give the final words to Coulter.
Well, thank you once again. Have a great weekend, and we'll see you on the next broadcast, and of course at FarmCon as well.